kiezen kan soms al je aandacht opeisen. Gelukkig is je auto verzekeren via Ethias eenvoudig, snel en voordelig. Teken nu in op onze autoverzekering.
zitten in hetzelfde. A very good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Xylos Inspire in the Cloud's digital event. In the last few months, thousands of us have adopted cloud platforms, SaaS applications, and cloud-based conferencing. The cloud has never been more relevant, but cloud is so much more than conference calls and digital workplaces alone. Today will be a virtual and corona-proof day full of stimulating content and groundbreaking inspirations about the cloud, modern workspaces, IoT, hybrid IT, etc. With speakers such as tech thought leader Steven van Bellegem and professor in strategic management Jamie Anderson and many more. We have no time to waste, so we start immediately with the first keynote speaker, Steven van Bellegem. He is the author of several bestseller books, entrepreneur, co-founder of several agencies, investor, and so much more. And it might seem an impossible task, but he will at least try to put his 30 years of experience into an inspiring 20-minute keynote. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Hi everyone, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm very much looking forward to share some ideas that I have for you based on my latest book called The Offer You Can't Refuse. This is a story about the future of customer experience, and I think if you look back to the last few months, what we've seen is that, of course, there's been a tremendous amount of change, but at this moment, I think we're moving into a very interesting phase of the pandemic. But let's go back a few months. Do you remember the first few months? Those were the wild days. We did crazy stuff. And of course, our habits and our day-to-day behavior changed just overnight. And if you look to the impact on the digital world, what we saw is that digital basically had to compensate for our physical losses. That was what we did back then. And quite fast, we discovered the benefits of working from home. I think that's one of the early signals and early benefits that we found. But we also discovered the downsides of working from home. I think you can all remember those days when the children had to be tied to the ground. But virtual meetings, virtual workplaces are the new normal. And we have a common enemy in that space. And it's still not that good after all those months. After 9 months, we still have a love-hate relationship with this symbol, the mute button. There's always something wrong with the mute button. Either you have to mute yourself because you're disturbing the meeting, or you want to say something and you're still on mute. We still haven't figured it out how to work with it. But the good news is that we have found a new friend. And the new friend that we all have is the camera. We have all become TV stars in our own living rooms, and most of us understood early on what the benefits were of these, new habits and new behaviors, and most people understood that really fast, but sometimes we still made a mistake, as you can see on this picture, and we recently had an example in Belgium of something that went wrong as well. The camera became our friend, and virtual meetings became the new normal. But I also have this personal anecdote, like a funny little thing. I would like to meet the founders of Zoom and Teams, because in my opinion, these guys must have been huge fans of the Muppet Show, because if you look to the way how the Muppets were organizing themselves, that's exactly how we are organized today. And you can now ask yourself, okay, who is the Kermit the Frog in our organization, and who is Miss Piggy? I don't know that that answer, but the truth is that today we are organized like the Muppets, and we're getting used to it really, really fast. And if you think that your meetings are becoming a bit boring and the working from home is sad and lonely and you want to cheer your colleagues up a little bit, then I can give you this tip. This is the tip of the presentation. You can go to this website in Peru, and there you can find yourself a llama. You can rent a llama for $100, and then that llama will be part of your next Teams meeting. If you want to put a smile on people's faces, that is just something that I can strongly recommend. But the truth is that, things changed a lot, and maybe we are using the wrong terminology. Maybe it's not working from home. We're talking about working from home all the time, but I think for many people today, it's living at work, which is far more complex than just working from home. And because of that, we need new habits and new behaviors, and we're getting used to those, but there's still a lot of opportunities left for us. And what you see now is that the whole evolution of the past few months, more and more elements of that are not just temporary things, but are more permanent evolutions. And in the last few months, we've seen more digital transformation than ever. We've seen more companies go to the cloud than ever. And in my opinion, 2020 is probably what we can call the biggest digital training course in human history. And we're still learning, but for me, it feels like we stepped into a time machine, especially in terms of digital behavior. In March 2020, we stepped into that time machine, and probably by the time that we get out, in terms of digital habits and behavior, it will be like March 27. And this graph illustrates this best for me. This shows the evolution of e-commerce in the United States in the past 10 years. And what you see is that, in the 8 weeks of the first lockdown, the growth of e-commerce was larger than in the 10 years before that. It's amazing, basically, that everything went well and that it still works and that it's still operating. But it's just, mind-blowing to see that in those 8 weeks, we grew faster than in the 10 years before that. And then the question is this here to stay? And the answer is very simple. Yes, it is, because 80% of the people that discovered e-commerce during the pandemic is stating that they will continue to use it, which means that we haven't climbed the Matterhorn in the last few months. We didn't go steep up to go steep down again post-pandemic. In my opinion, we have climbed the Table Mountain. We went steep up, and now we reach this new plateau, this new level. And from there on, we're going to build on and continue our evolution. And that's what I mean with that time machine. We made this big digital jump. This will go into history as the big digital jump of 2020. And then, of course, the question is, what is next? And I think we're in a very interesting moment where you see that more and more companies are completely rethinking their interactions with both their employees and their customers. And new business models are being deployed and are pretty successful. And basically, if you look at the big picture, the business models that we used to have are being turned upside down. Let me explain that. In the past, if a customer wanted to get something, they had to go out to get the service. And I'm not just talking about the physical world. I'm also talking about the digital world. We had to go to Amazon.com or to Bol.com to get something. We went to them. What you see now is that the new successful business models turn that model around, where the service is being built around the customer. And let me give you an example. This is a company that is just amazing in terms of growth and service. It's a Chinese healthcare company called Good Doctor. It's part of the insurance group Ping An. And they turn the healthcare system upside down, basically. What they do is they give you an app. And if you have pain or if you feel sick, you go to the app, you type in the symptoms that you have, and then in real time, they will connect you with a doctor. You have a video call with the doctor. They have thousands of doctors that are available in real time 24/7. And then that doctor acts like some sort of a filter. he or she will decide whether you need more examination in a physical location, like in a hospital, or if it's just a minor thing, they will give you your medication and they will send that to you immediately. Yeah? So this is their system. It's online consultation. You get your medication prescribed online, they sell it online, and then they ship the medication to your house, and they make sure that you receive it in less than 1 hour. So if you look at this model, it's completely the opposite of what we do when we go to a doctor. When I need to go to a doctor, I need to make an appointment, I have to go there, I have to wait in the waiting room. Even if you're the first patient, they always let you wait. And then you have to go into their room to get your examination. Then you need to go to the pharmacy, you have to wait in the pharmacy, then you go home. So basically you have to take half a day off, versus good doctor here, where you only need a few seconds and everything is delivered at your doorstep within the hour. And they want to bring these services as close to the consumer as possible. So in cities like Beijing and Shanghai, they now build these mobile clinics, is what they call them. And it looks like an old phone booth, doesn't it? But here it's a mobile clinic. You walk in and then you have this video call with a doctor. And again, when you need more examination, they will guide you to that point. But if you just need a prescription, you get it online, you walk out, you go to the other side of the mobile clinic, and there you have a vending machine, you scan your QR code, and there you go, you got your medication. This is one of the most popular healthcare platforms in the world. Today, almost 500 million people is registered on it, and they have 5 million daily users, which is more than all the other healthcare platforms in the world combined. And why are they so successful? Because they have built the model around the patient, and the effort that the patient has to do to get their service is almost zero. It's the turnaround of the business model. The service comes to them. And today, more than ever, this is crucial. And it sounds obvious, but this is going to be the trend of new successful services. Be where the customer is. Don't do an effort to let the customer come to you. Build your service around the customer and try to get a relation there. Another example that I'm really fascinated about is Peloton bikes. At first sight, Peloton bikes look like an expensive home trainer with a built-in screen. But there's much more. This is basically your own virtual workout space in the comfort of your own home. So you go online, and it's like a Netflix for working out. You choose your personal trainer, and then you get on your bike, and there you go, and a personal trainer is motivating you in real time. There's also a leaderboard, so you're interactive with other people. So this is a live, virtual, and social experience at the same time in the comfort of your own home. And if you compare this, I mean, with going to a gym, there we feel that it's a social activity, but basically everyone is working out on their own, not even looking at each other, never talking to each other, all eyes glued to their own screen. Here you have more interactivity than in the traditional model. And this is booming. If you look to the sales results that they doubled their revenue in the last year. Of course, a boost because of the pandemic, but I am 100% certain people who bought a Peloton bike will no longer go back to the gym, because the model is built around them, the service is coming to them, and it's even an upgrade with the traditional model. And this is what we're going to see more and more. I call this fluid customer relations, where you look for different angles to approach your customers. And in the past, as I said, people came to you, now you go to them. And you have different layers of possibilities to build a relationship. You can offer free services. You have ad hoc paying models, and you have subscription models. And traditionally, services were built on the left-hand side of this scheme. The traditional gym, going to a doctor, even going to Google. But today, you feel that things are flipping to the other side. Peloton bikes is the alternative for the gym. Ping An is the alternative for going to a doctor. And TikTok is the new approach versus Google. Like Google, to explain it more. When you need information, you go to Google, you type in what you need, and then you get the information, and you need to go to that information. That is a very difficult process if you compare it with how TikTok is working. When you go to TikTok, you don't have to do anything. The content is just being brought to you in real time, and based on your behavior, they give you more content. But the effort to get the content is much more limited than in the Google model. Here the information is being brought to you, and the recommendation engine makes sure that you get the right content. Versus Google, where you need to do the effort, type in the question, and then they send you to the information. It's the turnaround of the model. And now we see more and more companies doing this. Look at Amazon. Amazon traditionally was a model where you go to Amazon.com and that's where it happens, and there you bought your stuff every single time when you went to their platform. Pretty soon they added Amazon Prime to that, which is their brilliant loyalty system. You pay $10 a month and then you get all the services on top of that. It's a huge success. Just to put that success in perspective, I love this graph where you see that 82% of the US households now has a subscription to Amazon Prime. As a comparison, only 77% of US households had a Christmas tree a couple of weeks ago, just to put perspective in the success of that model. And it's brilliant, but it's still a traditional loyalty model. Now what you see is that Amazon comes up with new models, like they have a STEM subscription, where you pay a monthly fee, and then every month they will send scientific toys to your home so that your children can learn how to play with, with new technologies, how they can discover science. So they send it automatically to you, and it's a subscription model. You don't have to do any effort anymore. Look at what they are building with Alexa, for instance, which is a free service that is being brought to the comfort of your own home. So you see how they are playing with this concept. And now I see more and more companies that look at the future. They try to bring hypotheses forward and see if they can change their business models towards their customers. Now, if we look to the future of work, we all agree, I think, that we're going to move to a hybrid model where people will not 100% go back to the office anymore. A world where probably organizations that are, let's say, have their headquarters in Antwerp, they may attract talent from Amsterdam that in the past would never do the commute every day. But now maybe those guys and girls from Amsterdam would come to the office maybe 2 days, 3 days, every 2 weeks. Well, Citizen M Hotels was looking into that and was like, okay, we need to be ready for this new way of work. Traditionally, a hotel, you go to the hotel and you pay them per night that you stay. That's the model. Now they want to change this, and they want to create a subscription model to be ready for the future of work. And I think it's a brilliant idea. What they offer their customers is a monthly fixed fee. And for that monthly fixed fee, you have access to a number of hotel nights per month in any of their hotels in the world. You have access to their services. And the big advantage is that you have a flat fee. So it doesn't matter if you want to have a room on New Year's Eve or the 3rd of January, same fee. It doesn't matter if there's a big conference in town or if nothing is happening. It's the same fixed fee, and you have a guarantee that you will have your nights at, let's say, 150 euros a month. This is really targeted at larger organizations that will have talent from abroad, from other regions, that just come in a few days a month, and the rest of the time they work from home. And I think this is really smart. This is trying to predict the future and already today adapting your offering based on that. And if you look at the whole evolution of future of work, I'm convinced that we're going to see more and more new models that create new opportunities. Like, take furniture. Everyone wants to have a good seat and a good desk in their house now, because that's our working space where we're going to spend a lot of time. So in the past, I went to a furniture store and I had to get my seat and my desk and the whole thing. Why not create subscription models where I pay a monthly fee and I have access to certain services that I need, and they can change month after month, but I just have a fixed fee. The service is being brought to me, and it's a new model. So we're going to see a lot of that, more fluid customer relations than ever. And then the question is, of course, how do we implement this in a customer-centric way? Because expectations are changing, and we need to be ready for that. And that's my theory about the offer you can't refuse. How can you build an offer for customers that is so good that it's almost impossible to refuse? In the old world, it was really simple. All you needed was a good product at a good price. That was it. And if you had that, you could be extremely successful. And of course, that is still important today, but expectations are growing rapidly. And digital convenience is just one of the new minimum demands. It's something that we all think is completely normal. I don't know if you saw it, but 2 days ago, Jeff Bezos announced that he would no longer be CEO of Amazon. And this was his quote that he shared with his employees when he announced that. He said, look, in the last few years, we have done crazy stuff, very crazy stuff. And the truth is, 2 years later, people believe that that crazy stuff is just the most normal thing in the world. And that is the greatest compliment that you can get, when something crazy becomes normal. And today what you see is that we are in that world where digital convenience is the most normal thing in the world. We have some sort of a zero tolerance for digital convenience, for digital inconvenience. Just ask yourself, if you install a new app on your phone, how many chances do you give that new app? I don't see you and I don't hear you, but the answer that you give is 1 or 2. If you think, oh, no, Stephen, with me it's 3, then you are the nicest person in this live stream. Most of you are just as hard as I am. It's 1 or 2 chances. And then the second question is, how long does that one chance last? And for most of us, we talk in seconds rather than in minutes. We have a very low barrier for digital inconvenience. It has become the norm, the new minimum. And then the question is, how can we differentiate? And I'm a big fan of a concept that I call partner in life, where you try to add value to people in a more emotional way, in a more day-to-day life way than just transactional convenience. And I want to take you on this mental journey for a second. Imagine that tomorrow morning, and try to imagine this, imagine tomorrow morning, you wake up and you're no longer in your beautiful, cozy, warm bed in Belgium or wherever you may be. But you look around and you think, oh my God, I have turned into a rhino. Just imagine that that happens. And I don't know if you've ever thought about it, what your first concern would be as a rhino. And that's good news, because as a rhino, probably your first concern is the same as a human. You would like to eat and drink something when you wake up. And you can do that. There's no problem there. But there is a challenge, because nature made a mistake. Nature believed that rhinos would have no natural enemies, because a lion does not attack a rhino. The lion chooses the zebra. No other animal in the world attacks a rhino except humans, poachers. Unfortunately, humans want to kill these beautiful animals. But nature made a mistake. Nature assumed that they would have no natural enemies, so the eyesight and the smelling capabilities of the rhino are really, really low. And because of that, it's an easy target. Luckily, the rhino has a partner in life. These little birds, the oxpeckers. And the oxpeckers don't just eat the parasites from the back of the rhino, they are also an alarm system for the rhino, because the oxpeckers, they have perfect eyesight, and they can spot a rhino from a human from a large distance. And when they see a human, they make a different sound, and the rhino recognizes that, and then the rhino knows, oh my God, there's a human around, I have to run, and then the rhino takes off. Well, that's exactly, in my opinion, what companies should do towards their clients. Be the oxpecker on the back of the rhino. You are always around without being intrusive, and you try to add value in a proactive way when it really matters. That is what a partner in life is all about. And the quality that you need for that is this one. Try to understand the human behind the customer. Empathy. We need a boost in empathy. Understanding the human behind the customer helps you to create that. And it's, by the way, the same for employees. Our employees need more help than ever. One of the consequences of digital work and working from home, living at work, is that our screen time exploded in the last year. Our screen time went up with 35% last year. We now, as adults, we now spend 13.5 hours a day on social media. Not on social media, on screens. And it's a combination on social media, TV screens, our phones, computers. And that's sometimes pretty painful if you think about it, because that means that 13.5 hours a day, that we are 810 minutes a day watching a screen. Which means that if we now take the assumption that you would sleep 7 hours a night, that 75% of your time that you're awake, your eyes are focused on a screen. And the really sad news, my friends, is that probably we even get higher than that, because we often watch multiple screens. You are watching this live screen, but I'm sure that many of you are now holding their phone in their hand and are checking the news or WhatsApp messages at the same time. So we even combine screens. And one of the consequences is that this is really bad for our mental health. What you see is that the average working day became longer because of this. An average professional now works 48 hours longer every day. So basically our commute got replaced with another Zoom or Teams meeting, which is mentally pretty intense. And I think a partner in life also understands this and tries to add value there, both to employees and to customers. I'm a huge fan of Upgrade Estates. It's a real estate company in Belgium. They build apartment homes for students, but they don't just rent out those rooms to students. They want to do more than that. They want to be a partner in life. So what they've seen is that many of their students are, having mental difficulties right now. 60% is in doubt if they're going to continue with their studies and their education because of the consequences of the pandemic. It's really, really bad. So they want to help. And always they've had a mental coach available in their student homes, because we always see these images of students partying, but the truth is that many of them are lonely or feel uncertain to go to an exam, or there's a conflict in one of the buildings, or even worse, one of the students passed away. So sometimes really bad things happen for them. So they always had a mental coach available 24/7. But now with the pandemic, they hired 20 psychologists, and they offer that completely for free towards their students, their clients, because they understand that these are difficult times and they want to add value. That's the oxpecker on the back of the rhino. You understand when there's an urgent need. You understand what kind of value people need in their life, both employees and customers, and then you add value when they really need you. That is what a partner in life is all about. And then you go to the top of the model. Having a positive impact on society. I think we're all looking for organizations that are willing to take their responsibility, that understand that we have some really important challenges on our plate. And I'm not just talking about healthcare. We have a lot of things to deal with in terms of racism and discrimination. We have an urgent climate problem that needs to be tackled. Of course, we do have the biggest healthcare crisis in the world, with devastating impacts on individuals and society and businesses. So there's a lot on our plate. And what you see is that society actually looks for companies that are willing to contribute to that and that want to have a positive impact on the world. And maybe you think change the world is too big for us, and I can relate to that. But we can change that word "the" by "your." Changing your world is something that we all can do. Changing your world is something that even an individual can do. Your actions have an impact on your direct community. And the question is, what kind of strengths do you have in your organization that you could leverage to have a positive impact on society? And the better you understand that, and the better you link it back to your own business, the stronger the impact will be, both for your customers, for your other stakeholders, and for society. Like, I'm a huge fan on how Warby Parker works, the cool glasses retailer. Their principle is very simple. If you buy a pair of glasses from us, we will give a pair of glasses to someone who cannot afford it. Why are they doing this? Because they know that the group of people that cannot afford glasses, their chances in life really go down, because it's a big impact on your quality of education, just to name one. So they have hundreds of thousands of glasses that they want to give to people to make sure that they can boost the educational chances for people in need. But it's so close to their business. You buy a pair, we give a pair. That everyone knows it. The customers know it. The employees know it. Everyone knows it. And then it has an impact. And that's, for me, changing your world. You have a strength, you use it, you leverage it to have an impact on society. And there you go. 4 elements, 4 components that add value to the modern customer relationship, that add value to the modern employee relationship. Having a good product, digital convenience, partner in life, and having a positive impact on the world. Each of them is being valued by the market today. And then the question is, of course, in your organization, how far up are you? Where are you doing a great job that you can double down on? And where do you need to invest a little bit more to make sure that you catch up with the markets? And how can you bring it all together to give people an offer they can't refuse? And this is my final invitation to all of you. I would like to invite you to dream about the future in a positive way. See chances, see opportunities, be ready for change, and dare to dream. And dare to dream about the best possible customer experience, the best possible employee experience, and then reverse engineer it back and try to build it today and give people an offer they can't refuse. the offer you can't refuse. This is what I had for you to kick off this event this morning. If you like my work, always welcome to check me out on Instagram or YouTube or LinkedIn. I share a lot of content there, and I would like to meet you there as well. But for now, thank you very much for listening to my talk, and I hope you're going to have a wonderful event here this morning. Thank you.
Well, I just love listening to Stephen. Thank you for sharing your insights on the changes business and society are undergoing. We'll move right on to the next important topic. And for this, the CEO of Xylos, Patrick Leijsen, has recorded an important message for you. Today, almost everyone works from home, but what is Xylos' vision on the digital workplace? I give the floor to Patrick Leijsen.
Hi everyone and welcome at the Xylos Inspire in the Cloud event. So very happy to welcome you wherever you're based in the world. I'm currently based at our headquarters in the port of Antwerp. And you know, that's a bit atypical for an IT company. You know, we don't have any ships, we don't have any containers, but that's one of the things that really is atypical about us. And I could say we are one of the most atypical IT companies in Belgium and even beyond. And why are we atypical? That originates back to our founder. And that founder is in fact my dad, Christian Leijsen, who founded the company 37 years ago. And so the little story is that when he created the company, he was in fact doing some market research, and he was writing, of course, a business plan. In that time, he was working for GB Inno, which is in the meantime Carrefour, and where he was responsible for IT, and there was this kind of new innovation called the computer. And he asked 37 years ago to my mom, can you do a little research? Where is there a pain in the market? Do people want computers? And what is required? And one of the elements that really came out was, yes, people are triggered by this innovation, by that computer. But there's another element is that people didn't say they needed training or really human adoption coaching on how to use that technology, especially for end users. And so quite quickly, you know, he wrote the business plan and he started the company. And he wrote quite really straightforward saying, there's one thing we will not do as a new technology company in the market. We will not do training or education, but we will focus on software development. We will focus on, you know, installing, selling computers, and really integrating and helping other companies to make good choices, because everyone, of course, is always saying that their technology is the best, and it's our job to help you and our customers, and also in that time to really advise you, guide you on what is the best technology to use in your context. And so quite quickly when he started the company, you know, he started noticing that there was a new demand. And that demand was in fact something that was not confirmed in the market research. That was the requirement of training, of education, on coaching end users to adopt technology very efficiently. Because it's like sports, you know, you need to keep digitally fit. And so that's something that was quite real, that he realized. And so 2 years after the foundation, we were in fact having more than 60% of the turnover was coming from human adoption, from coaching, digital training, because people were, of course, discovering computers, discovering a new way of working, but if you don't train them and help them on how they can adopt it, you know, the technology is useless. And that is in fact making us quite atypical, because there's not many companies like us that are combining our deep knowledge about technology and the way you need to implement it and to maintain it, combined with the human adoption element. And these two are really creating something special, combined with the third one. And the third one is the business alignment. We need to ensure that technology helps for a business purpose, helps to gain a competitive advantage, help to really make a difference, and that there's a strong link with the customer experience, with increasing productivity, profitability. And so combining the business alignment with the human adoption and the technical expertise, that is creating what I say the X factor of Xylos. Because we want to combine these three elements in all our solutions for you, for the customers. And we do that in different areas. And as Steven said, the world became hybrid. And for us, that word hybrid is quite special. Because we believe that the digital workplace, where we're really experts, is not only digital, it's hybrid. We work online and offline. When we will return to the office, we will have to work with colleagues that are at home. We will be able to be much more connected, and it will need to be fluently, not like when you enter a meeting room and the beamer isn't working or the screen isn't working. It needs to be seamless. And on this hybrid workplace, you need to innovate, you need to automate to ensure that employees are working on really tasks where they can make a difference, where they can use their creativity, their deep knowledge to really help the company forward. And so this hybrid workplace is one of the elements where we combine these three elements that I just explained to you, creating the X factor of Xylos. And we do that, of course, for networking, for the communication. How can you use Teams? How can you collaborate? How can you use Teams really as your virtual hub where you can integrate a lot of elements? And that is really the first hybrid world where we assist our customers, and where also today we will share some insights on how we do that with our trusted partners. The second element where we combine and show the X factor is, of course, the hybrid cloud. The hybrid cloud, where also later today I am looking forward to discuss with Stéphane Lahaye from HPE on how we do that. But also my other colleagues will share how we create this world where you have still on-prem servers and also in the cloud with, for example, Microsoft, also all your data. And how can you really transform and use that effectively to make it safe, to make it also productive, and to be also quite cost efficient, because that is really important in this challenging world. And then there's the third element where we combine the X factor, and that's with Bagar. Bagar, a company that we acquired a few years ago, a fantastic creative hub where we create digital products. And that's really new applications for example, a big construction company that said we want to have a direct relationship with our end users, with our end consumers. And can you build for us a configurator that is linked with our product management system, and where we add a loyalty system? Because we see that, of course, as Steven said, companies want to have a straightforward, direct relationship with their customers. And creating digital products, applications is an essential way to achieve that. And of course, at Bagar, we have also the connected products with the Internet of Things knowledge, where we help, for example, large retailers or large logistics companies to make offline devices online, and to use that data to gain better insights and to also make step forwards on their customer experience or their customer engagement. So that are, in a nutshell, how we see the hybrid world. So it's the hybrid workplace, the hybrid cloud, and of course also the hybrid products with the connected products. We help you, and we help you with adopting these, implementing the technology, and making sure you are aligned with the business and gaining a competitive advantage thanks to technology. And we are inspired by technology. We're atypical by nature, and coming, at my final remarks is that, as I said in the beginning, we're based in the port, and the port is also because my family has been active in this building for more than 50 years, because in fact the reason why we have one of our 5 locations is because we also have in the ex-group of where we're part of Xylos, which was a shipping company, which transformed into an agency and then transformed again to also really a warehousing, logistics and data partner. And so that is about adapting to a new world, and that's what we also have been doing the past 37 years, and where we want to help you to transform also your company to be digitally fit, to be ready for the next digital waves, and to advise you, guide you with all our experts and our talents to really ensure you gain always that competitive advantage thanks to technology. And thank you very much for today and for attending, and looking forward to speak to you.
Well, thank you, Patrick, for sharing your thoughts on the digital workplace. And now it's time for something else. 2 CEOs go head-to-head, not in a battle, but in partnership. Both love Formula 1, tech and innovation, and these 2 can talk for hours about these 3 topics. But we just gave them 20 minutes. Have fun watching Stefan Lae from Belux HPE and, again, Patrick Leijsen.
Formula 1 is a constant race against time, not just on track, but off track. We're chasing tenths of seconds.
The countdown really begins when the checkered flag drops on a Sunday. Our engineers pull apart the data from that race in so much detail to help understand what we need to carry forward to the next race.
Each circuit is different, it has its own challenges, it has its own characteristics, whether from the type of corner or from the altitude that it's at. So the car is bespoke to each circuit that we visit. Up to 1,000 components could change from one race to the next.
It's always about this race to manufacture the next designs to make it more adapt to the next circuit. So let's say it's a new front wing for the next race. There are hundreds of hours of compute resource and lots of brain power going to making sure that design is the best it can possibly be.
In total, there are 850 people working to one goal, and that's of course winning.
If we can't manufacture the next components in time, all that will be wasted.
For me, the perfect lab doesn't exist. When you start looking into the data, there are always things you can improve.
We're a data-driven business, and that data is our lifeblood in terms of how we develop and optimize these cars.
With 20 plus races a year, the car changes every race, our software changes every race, and as a result, our infrastructure has to change every race. Without having solutions from HPE, we can't drive those processes. CFD, aerodynamics, vehicle dynamics, the simulations. Being software defined, we can bring new apps into play, we can bring new VMs, storage, networking. All of that can be added, removed, all on the fly, saving massive amounts of time.
That race weekend, when we hit the circuit, that is our first chance to see at full scale how those components are going to perform. Is it going to be reflective of what we saw in our theory? That's where the data comes face to face with the real world.
Working with Hewlett-Packard Enterprise is a hugely beneficial partnership for us. We're able to be at the cutting edge of technology in a highly technical, highly stressed environment that is no bigger challenge than Formula 1. It's that marriage between creativity and data that has allowed us to achieve the success that we have over recent years.
Being in the car, driving it on the limit, that is the best thing out there.
HPE is fast, quick to market, just like we are.
They have that same passion to win.
It's that innovation and creativity that ultimately achieves winning Grand Prix.
What a cool video. Hey Stefan, it's always when I see this, I feel the energy, the speed, the need for speed, and also the technology that is around the driver. And one of the key elements is these drivers, they start really young. So did you do some karting, or what did you do, Stefan, when you were really young?
Yeah, it's amazing. I dreamt as a kid to be a Formula 1 driver. Obviously, it's quite an expensive passion, and in fact, I'm the only kid in my family. I have two half brothers. They are 12 and 11 years older than me. So I was raised alone, and in books and all those kind of things. And my mother said, "You need to go to the Scouts to toughen up."
To toughen up.
Yeah.
I've been raised. I'm the third. I have two older sisters. And so I think my mom was also, she also sent me to the Scouts to say, Patrick, I need to toughen up, be in the woods, discover the Scout spirit. And my mom is, I've been raised as a real Belgian. She's from Wallonia, from Namur, Rue de Fer in Namur. And so French speaking. And my dad from Antwerp, so I've been sent to the French Antwerp Scouts, and I believe you've been in the same Scouts as I did.
A little bit earlier than you, and obviously we have a kind of common past. In fact, my grandfather was selling woods in Verviers, and then he moved to Antwerp, so half of my family is speaking French and half is speaking Flemish, and so I went to those French-speaking Scouts.
So that's quite funny because we also have some picture. I think that's you.
That's me, indeed.
Because Scouts is for us, and we will quickly talk about that. It's about also some values that in partnership and also in the value we bring to our customers is really important. And it's quite funny to see you because it's a black and white picture. I see because you've been active quite.
It was in the 70s, and the important thing there is the qualification of what you do. You had those badges where you proved that you were good in sport things or in nature things or in making knots.
Like we have badges, we have also the expertise with our technology experts.
Exactly,
that's what we constantly train, and we invest a lot of money also at Xylos to really invest in that expertise because it's always evolving. And it's a bit like with the Scouts with the badges on that we had. And I'm a bit curious because in the Scouts, we also have a name. And so, Stefan, what was your Scout's name? If I may ask.
Yeah, as Scout, I was Seahorse.
Seahorse, okay.
Yeah. And the main thing about seahorses is that the male is taking care of the kids. So that's maybe why I'm taking care of the family. Huh?
Yeah, and like in your...
What was yours?
Like in your role, you're in fact also the leader of the pack, the HPE pack.
One of them.
But no. So for me, it was Lycaon Résolu, which I also understood it's a sort of wolf.
It's a wolf. Come on, Patrick.
For me, it's a wolf.
It's a wild dog.
It's a wild dog, honestly. But my fantasy made it a wolf. But it's in fact that's true. It's a wild dog, and which is really working together to hunt. And I think it's one of the key elements also in Scouts is working together, and also in our partnership it's really about combining the both strengths and how do you see that for customers, because Xylos we're a company that exists for 37 years. You told me backstage that you also
worked with your dad.
With my dad, and I wasn't born yet. So that is quite cool, and also showing the loyalty, which is also something in Scouts which is quite important. But how do we translate that to customer value?
Well, for me it's easy. It's combining strengths, as you said. And Xylos can do quite some things that a company like HPE cannot do. Yeah. You bring added value to our products and solutions with your own solutions, with your own services, with third-party products, with flexibility, with customer centricity. All those kind of things where we combine forces and we bring full solutions to the market thanks to you.
Yeah, and we were working in the office, and we have a huge amount of boxes with Aruba devices. Yeah. And one of the things we do great together is that we use your technology expertise and innovation, as we see in Formula 1, to really implement it. And one of the Aruba devices for a big customer where we really where they outsourced their complete connectivity to us, because they said, we will have peace of mind. We want to have great devices, great technology, and we want to have a partner that implements it, but also maintains it, because I think that's quite important these days. So companies and our customers can focus on their core business and look for ways that technology can improve their productivity, customer experience.
But you said one important thing too, amongst all the others, and it's about the peace of mind. And what we have in IT infrastructure is that, in fact, you want to forget about it. You want to forget about the servers, you want to forget about the storage, you want to forget about connectivity. It needs to be ubiquitous, it needs to be there, and it needs to be flawless. And when I started, it was a big debate about spending money on innovation and less on operations. And now, 35 years later, it's still the same debate.
It's still the same debate? So
companies are still asking, how can I do more of my budget in innovation and less in operations?
I know. I think that's a nice transition, but still coming to the core values is creating that peace of mind, but also daring, like at the Scout, to do new things, to discover, to innovate,
to go out of your comfort zone.
Out of your comfort zone, and I think that's for us. We've been in the same Scouts in different time periods, but I think that's also the value we bring to our customers, is to advise them on what is the best technology for their situation and how can it be as cost efficient as possible.
And that's where you need to go out of the comfort zone from time to time. So the Scouts was a very good learning experience.
But funny that we've been to the same one, and these values of knowledge is super important.
It's super important.
That's the value we bring. It's not only that device, it's how you use it. That is quite key, and that is bringing us, of course, back to Formula One.
Back to Formula One is amazing, Patrick. I know we have a common passion there. And
who's your favorite driver? Tell me it.
Well, I like the bad boys. So
the bad boys?
I like Max Verstappen.
Max Verstappen.
I like Max. He always brings some animo in the debate. So
it's quite impressive. He's an aggressive, assertive driver.
Over the top from time to time, but okay, that's also nice to see.
You need that passion. Oh,
so you have 23 Grand Prix in a season. You know that. And you know that they need to improve the performance of the car by 1/10 of a second on each and single race. If you take the pole position of Lewis Hamilton of the first race of the season, with the next season, he's last on the grid. So if you don't evolve, you're toast. It's as easy as that.
But I think we have that passion for Formula One, and the driver needs to be really focused on winning that game, but it's supported by a lot of technology, a lot of people, and just want to focus on that race and seeing what our competitors doing on the racetrack, accelerating, braking, and wants to have all the technology supporting him.
So he is for innovation. And then all the IT needs to do the operations. And we capture data. On a Formula One car, you have more than 300 sensors. They generate in a week about 50 petabytes of data. It's amazing.
But I think that's one of the elements where also we see that we've acquired a few years ago Bagar, which is a software company, but also doing Internet of Things. Is where how can we help companies. We have one case where we help a manufacturing company with sensors on saying how can we do predictive maintenance. And another example is on a bus, a public bus, how can you put sensors on the doors, for example? Because you can have a great working bus, but if the doors aren't working, you can't use it. And so how can you see at a certain moment, or based on data, is it going slower? Do we need to do predictive maintenance so the bus doesn't break down? I guess a bus is a bit slower than the Formula One car.
Should be. And that's exactly also what we do with InfoSight, which is an HPE solution for infrastructure, where you have sensors in the servers, in the storage. They capture data, they bring it together in a data lake. All the customers worldwide have their data combined in a single data lake. And we look at the full stack, also applications, and we send to customer some advice. Do this, do that. Instead of waiting for a problem to happen, you anticipate the problem, and you have a more up and running infrastructure.
Yeah, I totally agree. For me, it's bringing me back to how can you use that data to trigger you to make better business decisions, because we have plenty of reports. You know, we can create a lot of reports, but how do we really make a business command center? And like in Formula 1, it's really where you can watch the live data to really a bit anticipate, calculate. I remember a race where you know, the Mercedes team really calculated that, you know, based on the frequency of the tires and the usage, and also the competitor, that after 20 rounds they would be ahead. So I think it's really, and it's the same about how can you use that, and you need to be relaxed about the IT infrastructure, so you can really focus on the things where you can make a difference, and that's beat your competition, improve that customer engagement, and for us it's really about putting that driver, surrounding him by all the means.
And there is quite some work to do there. A recent study showed that 85% of the data is unused by companies to make decisions, to get to outcomes, to get to additional business. For me, it's the field of development for the 10 years to come. What to do with your data, how to come to outcomes.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think one of the key elements we see in the projects we do around data is the understanding of the business. You know, you need to understand Formula 1. You know, you need to understand how air can have a huge impact, and so that is quite essential. Is combining, you know, having a good IT infrastructure, combining also with a business alignment and a business understanding, and then ensuring that the knowledge of the users in the company around how they can adopt IT data management also increases. You know, it's a bit about how we have these digital coaches at Xylos, where we coach people on their digital skills, because on data you need to understand, okay, what is the data factory, how can you need to have some basic understanding to really adopt it and apply it to the fullest. And for me, innovation in Formula 1 is it's really a driver to push companies also to adopt new ways of working, because they're always a few years ahead.
They are
in the market.
I think, you know, we are partners together in digital transformation, and there is a lot to do for our customers. Let me give you one anecdote. My daughter, her boyfriend, well, he is a Scouts leader, and he came back this summer and he had a nasty virus. So he was tested positive, and then we had those contact tracers contacting us, and we had to get tested here in Antwerp in Test Spoorno. And you get a 16-digit code from the contact tracer, and then you put it into a machine to get a QR code to go test it. And it was always saying an existing code, an existing Rijksregister number. You can imagine that. It was failing. And then when you call the help desk, they tell you, yeah, but it's two different IT systems, they are not linked together. We're the 21st century. And those kind of things are not working yet. And so we are there to coach and to help our customers to progress on the digital transformation agenda.
And I think that's one of the key elements is you know, HPE and also Xylos, we exist for a long time, so we've been also required to you know, to transform, to innovate, and that's also, we want to bring also that expertise to our customers, and I think that is also the magic in our collaboration, and also in the advice we give to our customers to really help them with digitizing, because we always thought that technology would make everything easier.
It's just one of the pillars. The way we look at digital transformation, it's a three-pillar story. You have people, you have technology, and you have finance. You need to have the knowledge, you need to have the right technology, and you need to be able to invest in it. And so at HPE, we develop our platforms like that. People, we have 30,000 engineers worldwide to help, combined with those of your company, Patrick. So, And then on technology, we invest in servers and storage, we invest in software platforms, we invest in all the GreenLake stuff, high performance computing, very hot nowadays, and obviously financing. It's the way of as a service, but also leasing and those kind of solutions.
I think that's we need to wrap up. But it's about really gaining a competitive advantage with being cost efficient. And I think you're looking to the hybrid world and the hybrid cloud, and really adopting it and implementing it with quality, and also with certain speed, because we see that speed in Formula 1 also, or in the games we played at the Scouts, were really quite important to win, and that's what we love to do.
Indeed, we want our customers to be Formula 1 kings.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic talking to you,
Thank
Stefan.
you. I cannot shake a hand.
No, we can't shake
hands.
Not
allowed, but
and maybe one final question, Stefan. Who will win next year Formula 1, the championship?
Well, I think it will be Hamilton again.
Max?
No, it will be Hamilton because he is very well supported by Hewlett-Packard Enterprise.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Digital transformation is not an option, it's a requirement. And Hewlett-Packard Enterprise is helping organizations of all sizes navigate and accelerate their digital transformation journey.
When we had this pandemic come through, one of the things that came to mind was, I hope we can continue to have our platforms reliable and consistent, and that's what we got.
We use supercomputing to solve this health crisis, and we will.
These new technologies allow us to push our decision-making closer to the edge.
Add AI to this, and we're starting to have really powerful toolkit to start predicting the future.
Some people think that this is not possible. Now it's a reality.
First day opening, we had 0 tickets, 0 problems. It was a big day for us.
When we make our services affordable, we really free them up to connect to the rest of the world and explore.
In today's ever-changing business environment, everybody needs to have the ability to react fast.
The HPE GreenLake environment for Auckland Council allows us to have the flexibility to scale up and scale down to suit whichever business requirement gets thrown at us.
The world has to move towards renewable energy, and with the advent of supercomputers, we can now do all this testing virtually.
We didn't have high-performance computers, we couldn't do the science at all.
We're using very sophisticated AI tools to probe the data, help preserve this diverse, beautiful planet for future generations.
HPE is helping customers deliver the right business outcomes from all their data, from edge to cloud, because we have the right strategy, technology, expertise, and partners. HPE, the edge-to-cloud platform as a service company.
Well, thank you very much, Stefan Ley and Patrick Leijsen. And we're back live from our studio with an impressive view on Antwerp, as you can see. For the next session, 3 interesting guests will take turns during a round table. Please welcome Stefan de Schuiter, Geert Kuiken and Bart de Bot. But I start with you, Stefan. You're a technologist and an expert on artificial intelligence and machine learning. We've just watched the very inspiring video on the Formula 1 and the AMG Mercedes partnership. What is HPE? What's its contribution in this partnership?
Yes, good morning. Well, indeed, so the Formula 1 is a very fantastic use case for us. It's a very interesting use case when it comes to analyzing data at the edge. We are an edge-to-cloud company, and we offer the solutions in that full spectrum. Of course, Formula 1, we have seen in the previous presentation, in the previous session, that the partnership we have with the Red Bull team, with the Aston Martin team. But we also have a very important partnership with the Formula 1 team of Mercedes. So they are, I think, 7 times World Championship. And we were very proud that we are not only sponsoring, but really technology partnership in that sense. And we go way back with Formula 1 team. And I must honestly say it was about in the meantime, 2 years ago, where at the last live event of HPE Discovery in Madrid, we had the opportunity to have the Toto Wolff and Lewis Hamilton on stage explaining the importance of data analytics in Formula 1. And by the way, people, if you simply go on YouTube and you Google HPE Discover Lewis Hamilton, you fall back on the live stage on the video, which is still available, and it's a very inspiring interview by Antonio Neri, and here you see in the picture Toto Wolff explaining, and it's about 22 minutes because it's nearly an hour, the video. So after 22 minutes, it really explains how important it is, the real-time aspects of data analytics. And at a certain moment, Lewis Hamilton explains during the, I would say, the test races typically on Saturday, he only has a time slot of 40 seconds where his experience with the car is matched and tested and fine-tuned with what's coming out from data analytics. As you can imagine, that's the car, the engine, the aerodynamics, it's an engine full with sensors. And so it's a really opportunity for us to use that information to improve the technology, and it boosts our research and development in that sense. And in the next slide, I think there is a picture also of Matt Harris. And Matt Harris, and you see it here on the screen, he holds an edge device, and that is the type of systems which are used in the pit. So these are the systems that in real-time analytics are used, and this is the technology which we use at the pit. And again, also a separate video on YouTube where Matt Harris explains how it is set up. Mm-hmm. So yeah, really inspiring.
Yeah, well, but Stefan, of course, the big majority of people are not a Formula One pilot. So what's
No.
So in what sense is this case relevant for the customer?
Yeah, that's of course a very important one. Well, the first concrete example here in Europe and also in Belgium is Volvo, for example. We are working with one of the entities that is developing the autonomous driving, is a company, Zenuity, Zenseact. Recently they changed name, and this is of course, and also in automotive, it's a very important example, specifically on high performance computing, because we deliver the high performance computing for Zenseact, for Volvo as a service also. But another use case is here, the Port of Antwerp. So when we talk about IoT, AI, it's all about 5G, and we see 5G growing in importance. And this is not theory. Private 5G is active here in the Port of Antwerp. In Belgium, I would say, this is the ultimate place where you will see the boost of communication, high bandwidth communication, and it's in that context that we have the experience to build these systems. We typically see that customers are starting with AI, and you can do that. It's open source. With 10 lines of code, you can build something intelligent. So it's obvious, it's a fantastic time these days. But we see a lot of AI projects fail, and they fail typically on making that, deploying it at enterprise scale. So a lot of AI projects fail in that specific context. And it's there that is the focus of our company. What should you do to connect, protect, deploy, and massively scale these type of, I would say, rather complex technology environments? And this is a challenge for us, and this is also an opportunity for us to in collaboration, for example, with Xylos and the entity of Bagar, for example. That is the entity that when we're talking about IoT and Xylos, well, we make the technology, we are focusing on mission critical aspects. So for many years, we have the experience to build these computer systems. By the way, 2/3 of all financial transactions worldwide are powered by HPE. So not a lot of people know that. And on the other sense, it's also, for example, the acquisitions that we did a few years ago of Silicon Graphics, Cray Computer. These are the leader technologies of high performance computing. It's a combination of intelligence at the edge and the high-performance computing which is required to go forward in an AI perspective.
Mm-hmm. So how does HPE use artificial intelligence in their own business?
Yeah, so in fact, I would say we have the example of Formula One. It's an extreme example where milliseconds is, but I would say the biggest use case I typically use is HPE ourselves. So AI has transformed completely the way we build technology and the way we service that technology. So that's the core of what we do. If you're talking about the business transformation as a result of AI, well, that is what we stand for as HPE. For example, one of the key aspects what we see today is making technology intelligent, means, like you see in the Formula One, we capture the data worldwide of all the systems that are installed at customers. We gather that information. We move customers from a more reactive way of managing their IT infrastructure to a more proactive way with completely autonomous, with intelligence behind the screen. And one of the examples is our cloud-based solution, which is called InfoSight. And InfoSight is a cloud service where customers get a view in a secure way. The data is gathered from their systems in production, and we are able to see what needs to be fine-tuned, not on the car of the Formula One, but on the systems that they're using in their production environments, from the edge to the core to the cloud. And that is a very compelling story, and that differentiates us really on the market.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, Stefan, for giving me these very interesting examples. Thank you. And I welcome my next guest, Geert Kuiken. He is the enterprise architect at HPE. And let's elaborate a bit on the cloud. HPE, Geert, does not have its own public cloud. So how does HPE position itself against, for example, AWS, Google, and Microsoft?
Yeah. Good morning. It's correct, we don't have our own cloud. We used to have one, but a number of years ago we decided to stop that. We didn't want to compete with the large hyperscalers like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. Instead, we take the position that we want to be a neutral advisor and help customers decide which applications can move to the cloud, to which cloud. So define the likely candidates and the work it would entail to incorporate cloud in the way of doing business. So helping cloud migrations, basically. Having said that, the way we look at cloud has changed a lot the last decennium, I guess. In the first days of cloud, people said everything will move to cloud and it will be the end of on-premise IT as we know it.
But that's not the case.
It's not the case. It's turned out very differently. Analysis shows today that as much as 70% of applications still run on-premise, and 30% has in fact moved to public cloud. So in other words, the easy stuff has been migrated. What rests now is the more difficult bit. So that's where people really need help. So cloud is definitely here to stay, but whether this ratio of 30-70 is going to stay or change fundamentally, it's very difficult to say. What is very important, though, is that we realize that the cloud way of working has found its way to the enterprise. And people like the as-a-service aspect, the self-service aspect, the pay-per-use systems. And people are looking for a way to implement that way of working also for their on-premise infrastructure.
So what should companies take into account or into consideration before migrating to the cloud? Could you give them some hints and some tips?
That is a huge question. And there is lots of things to think about. One of the things that often comes up is security. And I think we have to be frank in terms of physical security, access to the data center. It's very difficult to do better than what these public hyperscalers do. But that's only one aspect. You can look at high availability, and it's basically the application needs we need to look at. If your application needs to be very high available, we express this in number of nines, so 99.9% uptime or 99.99, and you count the number of nines, and the more nines, the better. On-premise, it is possible to achieve 6 nines uptime for a storage box, for example. We can demonstrate that. And there are even guarantees that give you 100% uptime, guarantees. If you compare that with the service level agreement you get from public clouds, typically they limit themselves at 3 nines. So if you have a highly available application, you have to ask yourself the question, is 3 nines enough? That would amount to hours of downtime per year. Of course, you never know when those hours of downtime are going to be, so it may be at a very inconvenient moment. So with that respect, is cloud migration interesting for this application? Another aspect is performance. We know what the performance is for on-premise IT. There's decades of experience. And you can hire virtual machines in the cloud, and you see what the size is, the number of cores and the amount of memory you get. You don't get an indication of the speed of the CPU behind it. So you haven't got all the aspects of performance under control, and that's something you have to take account of. You may lose in performance of your application if you migrate it to the cloud. Another thing is cost. And then you have to look at total cost of ownership. The impression of cloud is it's very cheap. You rent a virtual machine by the hour and it's a small amount. But if you use the cloud to run your steady state workloads for many years at a constant level, you probably spend more than you would if you run it on-premise. So cloud isn't really suited for structural long-term use. It is extremely interesting for peaks. If you say I size my on-premise infrastructure for what I mainly need, and if I have 2 weeks per year that I need much more power, I take those 2 weeks from the cloud. I get invoiced just for those 2 weeks. I don't have to invest in extra machines, nor people to set those up and manage them, or data center space. That also eats costs. So a TCO argument is very important, and it's case by case dependent how big you make the T. I mean, the total cost of ownership. The total can be all-encompassing, or it can be more limited, depending on what you really want to do. And then there is the aspect of regulations. In many sectors, there are strict laws and regulations that dictate where the data needs to be. If you have your own data center, it's clear my data is in my basement. If you migrate to the cloud, you haven't got control. They may guarantee it's in Europe, but in which country, you don't know. And it may even change day by day, depending on their load balancing algorithms. They move things around. So you have to make sure that in your sector, the regulations allow you to go to cloud with all the things that it implies. So those are basic things. If you just want to do a lift and shift, take an application, move it in the cloud, you have to think about those things. But there are more dimensions. To make optimal use of the cloud, you really have to look at the way your application is written. Cloud is built to give you automatic scalability. And the typical application that we built 20 years ago is the opposite. It's monolithic, it's fixed. So to get optimal use of the scalability that the cloud offers, you really have to look at a rewrite, at least of part of the applications, and often of the complete application. And that takes time, that takes cost. It's difficult to do, you need advice and help. So that can be a hindrance on moving to cloud as well. So what you can do in those cases, if you can't really rewrite your application, you go to your ISV or supplier and say, do you have as a service version of this application, in which case the migration should be fairly easy. You stay with the same application. Or you have to look to another ISV if a SaaS version doesn't exist. You have to migrate to another type of application that is delivered as a service from the cloud. And again, then you have more of a migration project to go through. So for all of those that work, many companies are not capable to do that completely by themselves. And for that, they need partners. You need partners to help in that migration. And you have to look also, the typical Belgian small, medium enterprise will probably find it difficult to be noticed by the Googles, the Amazons, and the Microsofts, and to be treated with the amount of respect, let's call it that they might get from a local player. So not everything goes to hyperscalers. There is a very important role for the smaller local cloud service providers who can have a more business relationship, a more partnership with the companies in our territory here. And that may be an advantage. So service provider selection, of course, that will also be made on the basis of what is their catalog, what is the services that they can deliver me, and does that fit with what I need to do from a business. And then last point, not every cloud migration project is going to be a success. It's a fact of life. Sometimes things fail. So you have to think about an exit strategy too. If you fail fast at the beginning, that's fine. You haven't invested too much. You don't lose too much by going back and going away from the cloud again. But say your project fails after a year, which means most of your data will have been migrated to the cloud. Then the question is, can I get it back? In what format can I get it back? What will it cost me? Because these cloud providers will charge more if you take data out than when you put data in. And of course, how long will it take? How big a capacity is there on the line? So if I spend 2 weeks just to get my data back, and then I get it back in a file format that I can't use in my on-premise application anymore, you have another problem. So an exit strategy is something that you need to think about from the beginning of a cloud migration project.
Earlier on, you mentioned the importance of thinking where the data is located geographically. So is the cloud still relevant with the growing importance of IoT and edge computing, for example?
Absolutely. In fact, we can prove this in two ways. Everybody has a smartphone. if your smartphone runs Android, most of the communications will be directly from your edge device, your smartphone, directly to the Google data centers, nothing in between. So edge and cloud work together in that sense, and everybody has it in the consumer world. So that's one proof point, edge and cloud work together. The second proof point is that if you look at the developments going on at Google, at Microsoft, at Amazon, you can see that they are building on-premise infrastructure. For Google, this is called Anthos. For Microsoft, this is Azure Stack Hub. And for Amazon, this is Outposts. And what they do in all those three cases, they take the software stack that they run in their data centers, they bundle it on hardware, and they deliver that hardware on-premise to the customers. That gives advantages if you have an application development that uses an edge-to-cloud kind of way of working, that you have the same environments in both cases, which means you can run the same code on-premise as you can do in the cloud. And that for developers is paradise. You don't have to have two unconnected development tracks. So that works very well together. And in the way that most edge applications are used, the smartphone example is extreme. In many cases, if you have data coming into an edge device, you will want to analyze it and treat it before it gets to a data center. I'm looking at things like video analysis. You do that in real time. So you haven't really got the time to wait for that signal to go round trip to the cloud and be analyzed and then come back for a decision. If you're steering a process, your latency, the reaction time is extremely important. So everything in the cloud will not be interesting. You need an edge device that has sufficient horsepower to do the calculation, the analysis in real time, right close by the data. Yeah, so edge and cloud certainly work together. And as I said in the beginning, what we learned is that the cloud way of working is finding its way everywhere. And it's going into the local data centers and also coming into the edge. So everything is moving to an as-a-service model, subscription model, no capex, but a fixed monthly fee and a variable costing scenario, which makes it much easier for people to adapt to this new way of working.
Well, thank you very much. It was very interesting. Thank you, Geert. And my last speaker is Bart de Bot. Bart, very welcome. You know all about HEP as a service offering and HPE GreenLake. We will talk about that later on. Already your colleague Geert talked about the cloud and the importance of continuous innovation for companies. So to be very concrete, how can HPE help companies in their digital transformation?
Well, we can help, and the strategy of our company is to help customers to accelerate that digital transformation. And what we have seen for many customers is that there are three obstacles, to say, that are preventing them to get there. And this is related to technology, economics, and people. Now, first, technology. We have heard the stories about innovative solutions. Now, getting there for a customer or a company may not be that easy. So if you look at the big evolution today of the data explosion and how data is being generated at the edge by mobile devices, retail stores, CCTV, and so on. So customers, companies will have to take a decision on the right mix of destinations to handle this all. Capture it, process it, analyze it, store it, and so on. So it may be difficult for customers to know how to handle this. And in addition, if they look at their on-premise IT, they may have to take decisions on what kind of intelligent storage platform do they need. Do they need high-performance computing? Maybe some software-defined solution to get an answer to their questions. So that's easy, and we feel that customers are in need for help over there. Second is the economics. Digital transformation and the financial strategy of a company are related, because if they have in their own data center assets underutilized and they have capital invested in this, then this is not going to help their innovation track. And last obstacle that we see is related to people. We see that companies do need resources to get into that innovation, but they are not always able to free up those resources to focus on what is important for them and for their business and to innovate. So this is what we have seen, and we thought, what can we do more specific for the on-site part of the IT of a customer, and what do they look like, for instance, in the public cloud? And what is so attracting to the public cloud is that it's easy, it's very accessible, and customers find the right solution immediately. And this is what we wanted to do for the data center that the customer has, is trying to simulate that same experience that the public cloud is giving them, but in their own data center. And that's why we created our model, which is called GreenLake. And in fact, GreenLake contains first the technology. We have the right technology to build a hybrid cloud platform. And we believe that this platform is what will accelerate the digital transformation. But second, we are going to wrap that technology into a pay-per-use model so that customers are not faced anymore with huge investments upfront. And this will help the financial obstacles. And third, what we include in our GreenLake model is related to people. We are going to include services in GreenLake so that companies are able to free up resource in order to focus on innovation. So, in fact, with this kind of model, we make innovative solutions much more accessible to customers. And how do we do this? Is first of all, we're going to look what kind of workload that the customer needs, and we are going to right-size that technology, not providing too much, but just enough with a buffer capacity, so that there's always easy to scale. Customer will pay for this model in a pay-per-use, and together HPE and Xylos are able to put in the right services to the customer so that they are able to free up the required resources. Now, this is also the ideal solution for legacy workloads. We have heard the story before. There may be reasons why customers are not able to move the specific workloads to a public cloud, and this can be cost, data gravity, compliancy, specific performance requirements, and so on. So also for that reason, having such a cloud-alike model in the customer's data center is very interesting for them. And what we also see is the opposite. Workloads that are today running in the public cloud may, for one of these reasons, have to turn back to an on-site environment. So eventually, customers will have an environment consisting of public cloud, possibly multiple clouds, private cloud, and an on-premise environment. And with GreenLake, we can fill in the gap for that last piece and give them the same experience from the cloud in their own data center. As we say, for us, the cloud is not a destination, but rather an experience. And by having this model, we believe that we can help customers to accelerate in their digital transformation.
Well, thank you. And does provide HP the GreenLake model to an entire on-premise IT environment as well?
Yes, we do. In fact, in 2019, we announced that by 2022, so it's coming close, that our whole portfolio will be available in a pay-per-use model. So, and we have had this model, in fact, for many years, almost 10 years. We were able to provide customers with pay-per-use models for compute and storage. Now, since that announcement, we have seen a very big acceleration in our own offering as a service. So we have heard the stories about AI and so on. So also this kind of workloads, MLOps containers, VDI, SAP HANA, we are able to put in an as a service model. And this is really opening up the door for many companies to get close to these innovative technical solutions that they require. Mm-hmm. Now, in order to do so, we rely on partners. We have an ecosystem of technology partners that help us and which we can include, of course, in our model. We as HPE, we provide the infrastructure, but on top we need others to cooperate. We have technology partners such as Cohesity, Veeam, VMware, Microsoft that can be perfectly integrated into our GreenLake model. And how does it actually work? Well, we have the customer deciding on a workload. And as said, we are going to right-size, which is very important in our model because we want to prevent over-provisioning, which is costing a lot, but also preventing that customers run out of capacity in their own data center. And then starting from there, we define a unit of measure. This means that we are going to define how we are going to measure the capacity consumption for a customer. And easy examples is that, for instance, for computers can be core utilization or physical server and so on. For storage, it can be terabyte or gigabytes. So that's the first definition, unit of measure. Second is a unit price. If you invoice customers every month, it's based on a unit price. And in our unit price, we include everything. So it's very easy. We will have the infrastructure, software, hardware, but also the installation that we have to do first day, but also the recurring installations for every extension that we do in the customer's data center. Also the required support to keep it running so that we prevent systems from going down, and if it happens, that we are as fast as possible to get it fixed again. And of course, this is a consumption model, so we include the whole structure of capacity management into the GreenLake model, so that this is a no-brainer for the customer, no worries about this, to have it all managed at the right time. So, since this is all about consumption, it's important that we are going to measure how much the consumption has been. And we do this twice a day. And the purpose is, of course, to report back to the customer the consumption of a month, but also for us to be able to provide the customer with enough capacity into his data center. So this is crucial to the model. This way we provide a full consumption model to the customer, and we are convinced that it will also help to bring that cloud experience into their own data center.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the customer several times, but what exactly are the advantages or the benefits of the HPE GreenLake model?
Well, we have several. We are supported by a study of Forrester Consulting, which is called the Total Economic Impact of HPE GreenLake. And in fact, what they did is they have analyzed our existing customers, and they reported back on several advantages, and these are related to cost, time, and risk. First of all, cost. As said, we are putting in our model a way that the customer does not have to do any upfront investment. In addition, we prevent over-provisioning, which is today costing a lot of money for customers for assets that are not really used. But at the same time, we prevent customers from running out of capacity, which is also hurting the business very much. And so at any time, we are able to align the cost of IT to the real business need. And this is reporting a very cost-efficient way to customers to work. Second advantage is related to risk. We are able to mitigate the risk in different ways. And first of all, it's a technical risk mitigation, because we provide a model. It's a working model. It's supported with right services. So this is very important. Another risk mitigation is related to the financials aspect. Customers are not running any financial risk by stepping into this model. And the third one is related to be less dependable on internal resources to keep such a model running. So this is a second important role. Last one is related to time. Time is very important in the business today, and with this model we can remove a very tough procurement process from the customer. It does not happen anymore, and by putting in the infrastructure with a buffer, we prevent that. We allow the customer to scale up very easy in capacity. So, cost reduction, going faster to the market, and everything related to risk mitigation is very important. And this is not only slideware. We are able to really quantify these benefits for the customer and put an amount against it. And this makes the total cost of ownership for the customer very interesting in the GreenLake model.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, Bart, for mentioning all these advantages for the customer of the GreenLake model. But I suggest that we watch a video on the GreenLake model.
Let's face it, public cloud wasn't built to handle everything. But that's okay, because now you can bring a new kind of cloud experience to all your apps and data, no matter where they live. Meet the next generation of cloud services from HPE GreenLake, a simple, open platform built for everything from edge to cloud, all delivered as a service. So how does it work? You answer a few questions, select the services you want, choose one of 3 built-to-order sizes, get a price, and get your pre-configured services delivered on-site and installed by experts across your locations in as few as 14 days. If you need more, add more with a simple point and click. HPE GreenLake works with everyone you work with. This one, that one, pretty much all the ones. See all your services in a single window, with more insights, visibility, and control. When resources can launch within minutes, developers can deploy without constraints. Finance can control costs and preserve cash flow. And it's easy to transform operations, innovate, and get to market faster. Up to 75% faster. That's HPE GreenLake. Faster, simpler, better than ever. A cloud experience over 99% of customers are staying with. Built by the people who've done it for a decade. So let's rewind. What's that? Get everything as a service, built to order, add services with a click, pay as you go, have it managed for you. HPE GreenLake, the cloud that comes to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break, about 10 minutes, and we will be back at 10:05. See you then. The following speakers, Tim Thijssen, Frédéric Bouvet and Jerry Garcia, will talk about a topic that we all want an answer to in these strange times: leveling up connectivity during a pandemic. To make sure that their connectivity wouldn't be a problem in the future, they consulted their strategic partner Xylos and hardware partner in Aruba by HPE.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jerry Garcia. I'm the country manager for Aruba for Belgium and Luxembourg, and I'm honored to give a short introduction about Aruba and the partnership we have together with Xylos in a short introduction. I would like to start off with a short quote: "What caught you here won't catch you there," in the sense that the way we have been managing networks and moving with our environment and information flow over the last years has changed a lot and has needed a lot of change going into the future. So the way we've been managing in the past and where we're going to manage it in the future is going through a lot of transition. So what got you here will not get you there. Giving a short introduction about the challenges we've seen in the network industry over the last, I would say, decade or two. We have seen a lot of challenges. First of all, I would say the technology silos is something that we've seen a lot, in a sense. A lot of customers are managing security separate from their network environment. They've been managing their wired environment often separate from the wireless environment. Now, this gives a lot of challenges in the sense of lack of automation, lack of visibility, and lack of really bringing this to a business value to our customers through. Of course, that also comes hand in hand with security threats, because if you do manage your network separate from your security, there's a lot of possible risks you have on that level as well. And we need to do all these things with current less resources. If you look at the current pandemic even more so, I would say, that we have less and less people to manage this and actually to bring real business value to the organizations. So the Aruba story says that network must be able to do more and must be able to be a lot more agile. So if you look at the Aruba ESP or Edge Services platform, we are mainly focused on 4 pillars, I would say. The first of it is connectivity and seamless connectivity at that. Next, we need to provide the right layer of security and protection for the information we're actually having. And then we want to take a step back and see, okay, what can we do on level of analytics and on level of actions that actually can bring business value into the customer in the future. So if you look at the Aruba Edge Services platform, which we officially launched about a year ago now, you'll see that we're actually based on 3 layers. The first layer is, of course, the infrastructure layer. We need to connect both people and devices seamlessly into an environment. And we need to do this not only for the standard wired and wireless environments, we also need to be able to be a bridge for IoT. Meaning that we don't only talk networking protocols, we also talk Bluetooth, Zigbee, and a number of other things that provide actually an IoT gateway and a bridge into the environment. Layer up, we need to provide, of course, the right security for this. Aruba has the dynamic segmentation, which is basically policy enforcement. We're doing on the network based on the type of user, type of device we need. Once we have this base layer, if I may say so, then we can provide extra services, both onboarding of both devices, IoT devices, people's devices, but also personnel. We need to be able to do provisioning, orchestrations. We have a full layer of artificial intelligence, which actually automates a lot of the network management. And then we can start going into business value and talks around location services, asset tracking, and so on. And so we have a lot of layers that we're actually presenting to the customer, which is coming from one environment and one management tool into the environment. Of course, this has been validated by the market. Aruba has been a leader in the Magic Gartner Quadrant for more than 14 years now. You'll see that it's been validated again, where we are the absolute leader on the visionary of the Gartner Gartner Magic Quadrants. If you look at the critical capabilities reports, Aruba has scored as the top performer on all 6 of the reports that Gartner has done. So that comes both from only LAN connectivity, wireless connectivity, remote connectivity. We're looking at application performance and so on. So Aruba has scored the top on all 6 of these. And last and not least, we have the Forester, which is mainly based around the IoT and the capabilities Aruba can bring to our customers on IoT. Now we hear a lot more about this during the customer case we have together with Xylos on X2O, and we'll do a short introduction on a video just now. Thank you very much and enjoy it.
And personalized services, while businesses look for new ways to bring customers back into the brick-and-mortar store. To meet shoppers' expectations and drive revenue, retailers need to address competitive pressures, ensure shopper and staff safety, and evolve customer loyalty initiatives. They need to take advantage of technology that can deliver smart digital in-store experiences to both customers and staff, such as frictionless click-and-go checkout, wayfinding, electronic shelf labels, linking online and in-store experiences through omni-channel shopping, and analytics to understand dwell times, traffic flows, and space utilization. This is all made possible at the network edge, where customers, staff, devices, and technology all come together to deliver amazing retail experiences with real-time data to help drive better decision-making. But the edge is also a place where IT teams are facing challenges, such as securing and segmenting customer, associate, and IoT traffic with a constantly shifting network perimeter, managing from corporate headquarters to stores to remote workers across wired, wireless, and WAN environments, plus scaling and adapting the network to support new digital use cases. This is where Aruba ESP comes in, the industry's first AI-powered network designed to help retail connect, protect, and automate shopping at the edge to meet today and tomorrow's needs. Aruba ESP brings unified infrastructure to connect point-of-sale, scanners, kiosks, and shopper devices, bringing management and troubleshooting onto a single platform. Zero-trust security that ensures each connected device operates within their role, including keeping payment card data secure. Built-in AI Ops to automatically optimize a network's performance and reveal issues before they impact shopper satisfaction and revenue. All of this and flexible consumption and financing to keep your network up to date, even when budgets are stretched. This means you can consistently deliver and adapt to today's evolving retail environment to reach your goals. Whether you're providing in-store shopping, curbside pickup, or pop-up services, you can deliver the experiences that all your customers expect. It's time to rethink your network. It's time for your network to do some thinking. It's time for Aruba ESP. For more information, go to arubanetworks.com/retail.
Okay, today we're here from Aruba and we're going to talk about how we reimagine retail, because retail has been struck quite hard by the COVID-19 situation. They had to close all the stores. The customer experience is suffering because of that as well. It's becoming more and more difficult actually to work together with, to make sure we have a touchless and safe transition as well. The shopper health is so critical these days as well. And because of the pandemic, everybody is going to shop online. So we really need to make sure we can offer an as good or even better experience in that level as well. So today we're going to talk about one of the use cases with Xylos and Legio. Legio is more commonly known from the X2Os and the overstocks, the homes and the gardens in this case. And this is why I today have, of course, the pleasure of having Frederick in the studio as well. So Frederick, today we shall talk about the Aruba Edge Service Platform and how do you guys actually implemented that within one of your retail customers, namely, of course, Legio, more commonly known from the X2Os, overstock, home, gardens, and so on. So Frederick, what is the trigger at the customer side for this specific project?
So really, they came to us with a question about we need to have a wireless network solution in our stores. And the reason for that is two things. First of all, they went for us because they go into going for a new point of sale system. And to implement a new point of sale systems, they need to have better connectivity in their stores, because with the new point of sale system, they had handheld scanners, mobile sales stations in their stores. Also, they want to have the possibility to more easily change their floor layout in their stores, because sometimes they have a new product line and want to change their layout, so that will be also more easily. And of course, secondly, they want to provide guest access for their end users, because their customers are coming into their stores, want to give them their more new experience, and their guest access is a really important one for that. Also, we provided them with then a solution from Aruba with the new Wi-Fi 6 access points, because like what Jerry told us, that infrastructure is really the base foundation. So we started off with already that new technology, giving them the capabilities of providing all those new features to their customers in the future.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Frederick. So indeed, the network needs to do more, and that's why we leverage really our APs, our access point, as an IoT platform, and that we can go beyond to just the basic wireless connectivity. We go expanding that by using Bluetooth in the access point, having a Zigbee radio, and of course having that USB radio dongle as well in that case. In this way, we can really reuse the AP, so the access point, and really position it as an IoT platform. We can really add sensors to the network, like for example, we can add humidity sensors to them, temperature sensors in this case, and using that connectivity as well in that case. So of course, beside that, what's really important for retail as well is that we can actually add electronic shelf labelings to the network and update them over the APs as well. This really reduces the amount of devices that we actually need on site, and in this way we can again leverage that infrastructure for that amount as well. It's really connecting various systems in that case as well. So of course, Frederick, today we see the project is way bigger than when it started actually. How did it evolve to what it is today? Okay, so first of all, we started with that Wi-Fi part, but of course, communication is unified. It doesn't matter anymore if a device is connected or a user is connected on the wired or the wireless. So we really started looking quickly towards that switching infrastructure. So we also tackled that. And of course, the next step was looking to the whole picture. You have the Wi-Fi and the wireless connectivity, but of course, stores, they are distributed about the country. They need to also have one connectivity. So that's the next step. We have a look at it. They are also internationally. They have offices or stores in Belgium and the Netherlands, and probably going to expand to other countries. So the next logical step was also look at the Aruba SD-WAN technology, giving that one ecosystem solution to them, one view, one way of working. Okay. Indeed, so it's really using that Aruba Edge Service platform and using it across the whole stack. And this is also where it's a big advantage for many of our customers, because it's basically pillared into three major pillars. First, of course, we have the AI Ops, which is basically an AI engine that's running across your network over the whole infrastructure, analyzing all that data, and then sending you relevant information. In this way, we can really optimize your network and really give you the best network at that specific time as well. It's really going way advanced in that case. Then, secondly, we have the unified infrastructure, which is going across your Wi-Fi, your switching, your SD-WAN, 5G call offloading, and of course managing that IoT connectivity. And it's really important that we manage that from one single pane of glass. This really gives our customers a competitive advantage, because it's no longer a silos-based approach, but we can manage everything from one single pane of glass. This is really a big advantage for them. And then finally, it's really important these days to talk about security, and that's where we from a network vendor are going to align to the Zero Trust framework. We're actually going to build our architecture based upon the level of Zero Trust security. And that's basically really looking at what's running on your network, how it's communicating it, and how we can properly segment that and secure it in that case as well. So here is where we actually go into a demo of the live environment of X2O actually live. So what we're basically seeing in the screen is the welcome page of Aruba Central. So from here on, we can see the different geographical locations in that case. We can see later, of course, it's an international store, so it's Benelux present. So we see the different stores popping up in that case as well. We can see the Amsterdam store in this case. We see the AI engine feeding us data. So we see a couple of warnings here. We see a couple of recommendations here. We're seeing the clients that immediately are connected at that point. We're seeing those SD-WAN gateways coming up, showing those tunnels, showing those uplinks, having the devices that we're managing from Aruba Central, so our WLAN, our LAN, and our SD-WAN. And in this case, we can really manage that whole infrastructure. From here as well, we can jump into these specific stores and really manage them individually. So we can really jump into a floor plan, for example, look at a client that's being connected, look at one of the recommendations we're actually giving to the network as well. If you look at the different store, we see it's being color-coded as red. Why is it showing up as red? So we can easily find what's actually happening on the network. We can easily see that something is going on here on the network. So in this case, we're seeing some of the clients having issues connecting. There might be an uplink showing up as down. One uplink is still as up, so there is not an immediate impact. And then we jump into the summary. So because we're now at the global level, we see all the relevant information for that network. So we see the usage, we see the amount of clients that being connected to the network, and then we can jump into all the different kind of details. So we can see the bandwidth usage per network. It's really showing you that statistics on how your network is currently performing. It's really an advanced overview of creating that network. And then, of course, we can really individualize specifically on X amount of sessions as well. If we then look into the AI insights, that's where the power of the AI engine comes in and where we really see all the insights that are being generated across our unified infrastructure. So across our unified infrastructure, that's going across our WLAN, our LAN, and our SD-WAN. And in this case, we can immediately see what's happening in the last month as of recommendations. So we see, for example, some recommendations regarding our gateway, some recommendations regarding the connectivity of our Wi-Fi, the availability of our gateway, or the wireless quality in general. It's, of course, again, color-coded, so you can easily see whether it's severe or it's just a warning that we're basically showing you as well. From here on, we can jump into the details of that specific failure in this case, or the warning, and we can see what's the reason, what's the impact, how many minutes is it impacting our live environment, and from here on as well, which sites are impacted, which gateways are impacted, and so on. So we can really go across the stack over a period of time. So we can see basically across a last month what's actually happening across our gateway tunnels for this case. Then, for example, we have one client that roamed excessively. We want to see where it happened, when it happened, and what we actually need to do about it. So we immediately click that specific impacted clients, and then we can see which sites were impacted, which APs, of course, were impacted specifically to that site, and then as well which clients were having issues on that network as well. So in this case, we can immediately view what's actually happening on our network, and we can act upon those recommendations as well. So this really gives us a competitive advantage in that case to other stores as well. So then, if we look at all those AI insights, they are reporting to the network. From here on, we can really see what's actually happening. And then if we move into the unified infrastructure, we can really see all the APs that are being connected. So these are 218 APs that we're currently managing from the Aruba Central environment. We can then see how many radios they currently are broadcasting, whether they're online or offline, how they are being managed, what's the relevant information like IP address, the models, the serial numbers, and so on. And we can really leverage that infrastructure, that unified central plane. We can then jump into more detail, and we basically start at really high level, having a picture overview of our map, showing if it's good or not. And then we go into a really detailed view, specifically here at an AP level. So from this side, we can really view the AP models. We can see how long they've been up for since this case as well, why they have been rebooted, and we get that information from here as well. Of course, it's a unified plane, so next up is, of course, switching. We can then see, again, which devices are showing up as online, which are as offline, and from here on, we can see the clients connected, the alerts, the models, if it's in synchronization with our management platform, if there are any issues, and we can jump into the details as well. So here for the Amsterdam location, we can see it's a stack-based solution. So the switches are currently being stacked as well. And of course, there is a firmware version that's available to do an update for this specific switch as well. We can then, of course, if you look at the rest of the management plane, we see that relevant information, of course, changing specifically on the parameters we selected on the left-hand side as well. It's showing us the hardware, the routing, or the AI insights specifically for this stack as well. From there on, we can look into the switch, have a client overview, and so on. But of course, what's really important today is that we also get that visibility at the edge, at our connectivity edge, and this is where we actually use the gateways as well. We can look at them, see where they are offline, how many tunnels they have, which models they are using. Like here, we can immediately see that's a 9400 with an LTE backup line. So we're using the 4G connectivity as well. We're incorporating that into the environment. We can then, again, look into some specifics regarding these models. We can see the names where they're, what's the name of the device, at which specific location they are, and also which configuration group they are. From there on, we can jump into the WAN, so the wide area network connectivity, and we can have the relevant information specifically for that WAN availability in that case as well. So this really moves us on going across that unified infrastructure, going into that specific retail environment. And here we selected the X2O environment, and we're really going to show you the end-to-end view from our topology, showing the APs, the stack switches, the gateways, and so on. This leads us up to the next questions. So Frederik, how do you actually see the advantages of SD-WAN using a retail customer?
Okay, so for Legio, they're important. They're an international player. In the past, they had some MPLS networks. They had one in Belgium and one in the Netherlands. You know, when you're going to start MPLS networks cross borders, the prices also rises. It's like it's the same also a border. So therefore, they are different MPLS networks. It gives some complexity because you need to have the routing correct and everything else. So therefore, when we introduce SD-WAN, it will reduce the burden of getting everything set up correctly, getting that routing right. And also provide us with an overlay. So we can use whatever connectivity line what's available currently in that store. We had some stores where we, for example, had troubles because of the supplier of the internet lines came on time before the stores open. So we placed already that Aruba SD-WAN device there. That has the LTE in place already. We just placed a SIM card in it. We had already that basic connectivity with 4G, and the store could open. They could use their point of sales system. Also, afterwards, when we add, for example, the physical line, we don't need to change anything. The store don't need to go offline. We don't need to have downtime to add that additional line. And this gives us the advantage in the future that we have a backup line. We have our main primary line, and we have the policies in place in case of that primary line fails, that we switch over to 4G, and eventually also can see which traffic goes over 4G. For example, for Legio, their payments and their point of sale systems is critical for their business. So therefore, we have a priority policy that they can go over 4G. But for example, the guest access is blocked on that moment. We don't want to have YouTube customers looking on YouTube, consuming all the 4G connections. So that's really a key one. And we with Xylos went even a step further. We also provided with the 4G connections itself and the internet line. So our Xylos connectivity department really provided then the end-to-end solution from the physical lines towards SD-WAN, wired and wireless. And the whole package is also managed by Xylos. So therefore, we really help them getting stores quicker up and running.
Okay, perfect. So indeed, it's leveraging that ZTP connectivity as well, because, well, in the beginning of the pandemic, every store was basically closed. Yeah. There's a huge interest in home renovation. They're doing bathrooms, they're doing work in the garden as well. So suddenly there is a huge demand to go back to the stores as well. So you have to act really quickly, and you don't always have that luxury to send somebody on site as well. So this is where I think you probably leveraged as well the zero-touch provisioning of Aruba, basically sending them the devices to the specific store, and from there on have just anybody install it physically, and then you can basically take it over from the Xylos side, I think. And in this way, you could really leverage that infrastructure, again, using that zero-touch provisioning by not sending anybody IT related to on site in this case, especially during the pandemic. And then, of course, if there is a device that actually fails, we can also use that technology to really send a replacement to those sites as well. So, well, it's quite difficult to manage that and during COVID times, especially to the physical deployments, and there is a lot of demand for those stores. How did you actually practically manage that?
So what we did, for example, is if you place an access point, you need to place it on the ceiling. And if you look at some stores, they have very high ceiling. So you need to have a large ladder. So what we did, we are IT persons. Sometimes doing practical things is a little bit difficult. But the electricians are really keen to help us. They say, okay, we are already on top on a ladder to place all the cabling. Can we not place those access points immediately? So with zero-touch provisioning, we can just hand them over the boxes. They just place the connection, plug in the Ethernet cable, and that device will come up, could connect to Aruba Central, and we from out of our monitoring or service desk can see if everything is in order, if that access point is coming online, getting its configuration. So that really helps us speeding up and getting more people involved to quickly roll out all those stores.
Okay, so Frederik, that almost rounds up the session that we have. So Frederik, if we look at the future and also when we're building that network connectivity for that future, how do you actually see that evolve? What are those requirements specifically for the connectivity of the future?
So we see that more and more everything is distributed. Before the pandemic and before we started to work remote, everyone was working in an office, was working in a building. Network management was easily because we have IT personnel coming around. Switches are in a locked closet. Nobody can access it, and now everything has become more distributed. It's more difficult to provide that security, provide that visibility, and I think that are two takeaways. What's really important. First of all, everything is connected. In the past, we had users that are connected, but now we have devices, we have fridges, we have aircos. Everything needs to have connectivity. We saw it in the session before, that IoT world, all those devices are sending data, needing to have connectivity outwards. And then is to have visibility on that network in two phases. First, to seeing the health of your network, how is your network going, and also leveraging, in this case, that AIOps, preventing already incidents from happening, seeing already up front what could be an issue in the future. And we can already act on that before the customer or the end user notices that. Secondly, is visibility for security. It's really keen to know which devices are connected on your network. And that's wired or wireless. Wireless, we all know we need to enter a password. We are authenticating on that. But for the wired part, for example, we all know we just plug in an Ethernet cable and we are connected to the network. That's a security risk because, especially with Legio, there are 88 stores in those two countries. We don't have IT personnel in every store, so we cannot check who is plugging in some cables. So therefore, that visibility of what's connected on the network. And then lastly, is using all those visibility, all those data to provide the security context. To use and leverage, for example, ClearPass to make that contextual security, knowing which person on which device, on which location can connect, and also providing, again, that unified security. It doesn't matter anymore if a user is connecting or a device is connecting to a switch or to a wireless network. But of course, like I said with the IoT part, we want to know more, because if you plug in a Samsung fridge, for example, they probably have the same network chip as a Daikin Airco, and for the network part, it's just the Broadcom or the other Emulex network provider or Raspberry Pi that's coming on your network. But we really want to know which is the fridge and which is the ecosystem. So therefore, we have the Aruba device insight, which is really going to do that profiling on those devices, looking what for a device is that really? That's not that Emilex card. No, that's the Samsung fridge. And how can we know? Because that Samsung fridge is, for example, calling out towards a Samsung server. And that Daikin Airco is calling out to an internal monitoring server, for example. So I think that's all the real takeaways, getting that visibility, getting that security around, and getting that everywhere, because it's a distributed thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that vision. And again, it's really focusing on that unified connectivity, that having that unified infrastructure, leveraging the same infrastructure and those management tools, really using network in a box as well, optimized for the SD-WAN story as well. Then secondly, we have that zero trust framework. We need to provide secure access, make sure we PCI compliance in an easy way as well, deploy and secure those IoT devices and adapt to threats on the network at that side as well. And then finally is the AI stack across the whole infrastructure, really understanding what's specific for that customer and those in-store experiences, prioritizing the correct experiences, and that's really that ESP story in this case. So thank you a lot.
Well, thank you very much, Tim and Frederick, and of course, Jerry, for this very interesting contribution on connectivity. We take a very short break, so we see you back at 10:40 for the next session. See you then. Welcome back. It's always nice to have some short breaks in between our sessions. And in our next session, two speakers will talk about the evolution of security and connectivity to provide the workspace of the future. And to elaborate on this, I'm very happy to invite Michiel Messiaen and Quentin Volkaert.
Good morning. I said my name is Michiel Messiaen. I work for Citrix, and I want to talk to you about our customer case, Liantis. Liantis is the result of the merger of two companies, ADNB and Zenito. The main activity of Liantis is calculating and paying salaries to their customers. And beside that, they also give them legal advice. And they have trucks, medical trucks, they use to do medical examinations at the customer site. In total, they have 64 offices, and those are small offices. And the people working in those offices, their main activity, 60% of their activity is being on the phone. So the voice communication is very important for them. Another point is that they have, at the end of the month, a peak in their workload. They have to pay the salaries, they have to calculate them, and that's really a critical situation for them. We had a lot of talks with Liantis, and we saw that they had some challenges. One of the challenges is their communication cost. The cost they pay for the lines they have between those sites and the main office is really high, and they want to look into that. A second thing, they say that moving offices has become their second nature. They have a lot of moving to do, new offices which are moved offices, which need to be closed. And every time IT needs to provide infrastructure and also communication. So they need to have agility to do that. Another thing is the reliability. As said, they have, at the end of the month, a really stressful period where they cannot afford any downtime. No downtime for the application, but also no downtime for the connectivity. And the last point is that they want visibility for their environment, both real-time and historic. So those were the things we wanted to look into. And the first thing was indeed communication cost, and that was the easy part. Their existing situation was an MPLS network, and MPLS is our leased lines, which you can get from a provider like Proximus or Telenet, but they had a policy, one size fits all. Every site had the same MPLS network and the same cost to it. In the new situations, we proposed a slimmed down version of that MPLS combined with low-cost internet lines. And those things together gave them a huge saving, and projected over 5 years. That was 500,000 euros in savings, and that was more than enough to pay for our SD-WAN project. So the ROE, the return on investment, was within 18 months. So I said that was the easy part. Then the second thing, we talked about new offices, moving offices. What we proposed was zero-touch deployment. What does that mean? It means that we can send a new appliance, a new SD-WAN appliance, to any office, and we just plug it into current and connectivity. It downloads its configuration by itself, and you have a configuration which is up and running. Another thing are their trucks, so they want mobile connectivity. So we provide them as well with SD-WAN appliances with a mobile, or 4G or LTE connectivity with a SIM card. So they have connectivity wherever they want. Also for temporary locations. So if they're if they're present in a trade fair, they have instant connectivity. So that was a solution for that problem. And then we have reliability, because we now proposed 2 lines to every site. If one line has a problem or goes down, the other one takes over. But it happens in milliseconds. If you're a user and you're using your main application and there's an issue with the line, you don't notice it. So the failover happens that quick that you don't lose your connectivity. And as we said in the beginning, voice is very important for them. So what we implemented there is called IP racing. So the voice signal is sent over the both links. The first packets which arrive win, the other one is dropped. But that means that you always have a perfect quality for your voice communications. So for them, that was really an upgrade. And then the last part is visibility. Before they worked with one provider, they had the intention to work with more than one provider. So not only Proximus, but other providers. And for that, they needed a clear dashboard. So they wanted to do the maintenance of their network themselves. So the dashboard gives them, first of all, online information. Is there an issue with the line? What can we do about it? But more importantly for them, it gives you historical information. It gives you information about what happened last month, last year. How many issues were there with the line? How quickly was that resolved? And that's a very good report, a very good tool to go have talks with your provider and to give them incentive to do something about those issues. So what was the result? One happy customer. And if the customer is happy, we're happy, Xylos is happy. But now, something really different. How many times have you heard last week, last month, when you were doing communications, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you see my slides? I have a slight technical issue. You're on mute. I think it's familiar for everybody. You have seen this lately. And that's why we want to introduce Citrix Secure Internet Access. Because we have other issues as well. I have a daughter, and she's a Netflix addict. And she's competing for the same bandwidth as I am using when I'm working at home. Technical issues. How many times have you heard? We have a colleague who always has technical difficulties. Some people call him technical difficulty. So it's an issue for everybody. And that means that there's a problem, and we want to solve that problem. So what are those issues? As we said, we're competing for the same bandwidth with our family. Some areas in Belgium have limited connectivity, depending on where you live. And then the most important one, security. So we don't have security-grade enterprise security at home. So when you're working in the office, you have the data center, which is located in the basement. Part of that data center is a big rack with all your security appliances. So you have 2 firewalls, you have URL filters, you have antivirus, anti-malware, all those things. When you're working in the office, you have a secure environment, and more importantly, you have a stable environment. So you can work in an effective way. So you're not bothered with any of those issues. That entire rack takes care of that. But what has happened? Everybody's now working at home. And what do you have as security appliances? You have an antivirus on your PC. And you have your small box, your router, for Proximus or Telenet, which has a very limited firewall in it. And that's it. You're on the internet and you go everywhere. How do we want to solve this now? Where is he? We provide Citrix Secure Internet Access, and that consists of 100 POPs, points of presence. So what we ask every user is to not access the internet directly, but to first go to one of those POPs. And what is such a POP? It's an URL, it's an internet address, and in that POP you have all those security devices lined up for you. So same thing, firewalls, antivirus, load balancers, and they're set up in the same way as those in your data center. So you can have the same security policy for all your users, wherever they're working. If they're working at home, if they're working remote, if they're working in the main office, everybody has the same security policy and the same stability of their environment, so they can work in a more effective way. So that's the basic idea of secure internet access. And as you can see, we can combine that secure internet access with our other solutions, so the secure workspace access and also the SD-WAN. We now have an appliance which we can use at home, so to give you the same profits as we saw for Leontis, that you have multiple lines which you can combine quality of service on the connectivity you've got. So that was my presentation, and I'm very glad to introduce my colleague who will talk to you about the Citrix workspace and how Citrix sees that. Quentin?
Hello everyone, my name is Quentin Volkaert. And today I plan to share 3 things with you. Our primary belief, how a different approach to your technology foundation can drive long-term competitive advantage, and why the Citrix portfolio is uniquely positioned to help you prepare for the future. So let me start with that primary belief. Our belief at Citrix is that a competitive advantage will go to organizations that empower employees to do their best work, wherever, whenever, and however work needs to get done. How do we empower those employees? By building a digital strategy. A digital strategy that takes into account the 1,000 different ways that your users are working. We have to take into account any user. Those are not only your employees, your contract workers, temporary workers, but also your business partners that are engaging with your company just as any internal user. We have to take into account that they have to work from any location. This includes where many of you are today, and that is in a remote or home office setting. Most of those locations also include headquarters and different branch offices, but we also have to take into account for the users that are on the road in a mobile setting. We have to take into account that they are using any device. So we don't only have to support your corporate devices like desktops, laptops, thin clients, but also personal devices like mobile phones and tablets. And finally, we must also support any type of application so that the user can stay enabled and collaborative. So those applications can be your classic Windows applications, your custom applications, SaaS or web applications, and mobile applications. Many of our customers are seeing the current disruption as an opportunity to accelerate your digital transformation, redesigning the current workplace around user-centric solutions. So, what's important? There are 3 important points in this redesign. We have to accelerate the shift towards multi-cloud solutions, strategies, so that your business can be agile and flexible. We have to enable the adoption of secure workspace solutions, so that your end users can work wherever they want in a secure way. And we need to invest in new security approaches, because this new way of working is broadening the attack surface. So, what gets in your way to accelerate this digital transformation? Simply put, it's complexity. Complexity that arises because of the highly diverse environment that comes along with an adaptive work environment, especially as IT builds for the future state and manages the reality of existing devices, applications, and infrastructure. There is complexity from the diverse and distributed nature of how your people get work done. Your workforce may need to work from home, at the office, or on the go, at all hours of the day, from the device that most fits them. They need access to all the apps and files, regardless of where those are, on-prem, SaaS, mobile, or otherwise. The other side of that picture is the complexity IT must grapple with because of where your applications and infrastructure reside. Most companies are managing thousands of applications, some that reside in your data center, some that are pure SaaS or web-based, and others that have been moved to a public cloud. Same goes for your infrastructure, which for most companies is neither completely on-prem or cloud. It's often a hybrid and multi-cloud environment. And it also means your network becomes increasingly important, but also increasingly complicated. And last but not least, the attack surface and the assets that IT and security teams need to protect. For your company, your employees, and your customers have become more complex because we've distributed the risk to more people, more endpoints, more services, and more third-party infrastructure. This is why it's no easy feat for IT or the business to give people the space to succeed. But we know there is a way. At Citrix, solving these challenges is at the core of everything we do. Because for us to stand behind our belief and what sets us apart from our competitors, we have been focused on ensuring our portfolio of solutions delivers 3 core outcomes for our customers. We must build technology that puts your people's needs front and center and creates a truly frictionless experience, regardless of where, when, or how they are working. We must ensure that our solutions support our customers' need for total choice. Choice in the apps they use, choice in where your resources reside, and which clouds you use, while helping IT simplify and manage the complexity that can arise from those choices. And we must build our portfolio to provide you a more holistic security approach, so you can balance your employees' needs with the real obstacles and risks that arise from enabling a truly adaptive work style. These 3 outcomes are driving every investment we make. Let's start with the frictionless experience. At Citrix, we deliver a secure digital workplace. A workplace where there's one consumer-like experience across every device the user wants to use. Be it laptop, cell phone, tablet, it's the same experience. We're offering single sign-on to most of your applications and data. We have a universal search so that you can find easily all your content. And all of that while keeping security in mind, even making it better through a zero-trust approach. This intelligent experience has a couple of advantages. I'm just going to name a couple to start here. We have an assistant and a smart search. This enables the users to search through all their content, be it applications, data, and there's even possibilities to provide application suggestions. We have a personalized feed where the user gets the information he needs and his work can be guided to where it needs to be. We have commonly used actions, so the user can easily create an IT ticket or submit that well-deserved time off. You have your recent applications, files, and desktops without leaving your central application. And finally, if an action needs a bit more information or fillable fields from the user, you can turn this into a micro app, enabling the user to have that bit more of information without leaving the central, the single pane of glass. Let's talk about the total choice, which is very important for Citrix. For Citrix, total choice means we build solutions to support the choices you make, to use whatever device and operation system you want, supporting multiple types of applications and data locations, leveraging the identity provider of your choice with native support for Azure AD, Google ID, Okta and Ping, and supporting much more with ADC. The choice of where your workloads reside, be it in your data center, in the cloud or in some hybrid setup. And giving you total choice of which cloud provider you use, whether it is one cloud provider or you choose for a multi-cloud approach. We also give you the choice of whatever form factor you want to use, be it a hardware appliance, virtual appliance, or even Kubernetes-based applications. We've designed our portfolio and continue to work with these ecosystem partners across all these areas to ensure that we enable these choices and not limit them. We help you manage the complexity that comes along a more distributed and diverse workforce and set of devices. And having all these apps in the clouds by providing IT a unified way to manage, deliver, and load balance all apps across all clouds, locations, and form factors. We also help IT gain central visibility and monitoring across all these network points, as well as across devices. Here's what's truly unique about Citrix and the benefits this approach will deliver to your organization. Unlike app and device vendors, our portfolio approach is not about supporting one application better than the other. Instead, our priority is to give you the choice and to provide the same experience, control, and security for every device, application, and data solution, and provide you with a platform built to empower you to integrate faster and in a more scalable enterprise-class way. In addition, our app delivery and security approach is built upon a single code base, so an API, so that you can move your workloads to the cloud faster. Quickly move your Citrix workloads from one cloud provider to another. Because we realize that every company's cloud strategy and journey is different, our portfolio is built to accelerate your cloud migration, regardless of what choice you make. Let's take our virtual apps and desktop service as an example. Having the backend hosted by Citrix means that you can have whatever resource in whatever location you want. By using our Citrix Cloud Connector, you also have the possibility to aggregate existing environments in just a couple of minutes. Another advantage of having the backend hosted by Citrix is that you do not have to host all these servers yourself anymore. This means a huge saving in licensing and maintenance. All these servers don't have to be updated anymore. You don't need Windows Server licenses anymore. You can free time for your people to do useful stuff. All that's needed is a pair of cloud connectors. So that's hugely diminishing the time and maintenance needed. Another example is the autoscale feature, which will enable you to do quite some cost savings in your cloud. By where normally you have resources that are always on, in the case with autoscaling, we can automatically provision and shut down your resources based on load or on time schedule. For example, to support a logon storm. This enables you to have serious cost savings, and everything is in the management console, so you don't have to do any scripting to enable this. Let's take a look at the holistic security. And in this new world, where your workforce is made up of multiple profiles of users that are working from a fixed place or device, a place where your applications no longer are only in your data center, a new and more holistic approach to security is required. There are significant business reasons to embrace flexible work styles, new app architectures, and the public cloud. But you need a way to balance your workforce's needs with the real obstacles and risks the business and your IT organization face due to the expanded attack or threat surface that comes from more distributed and diverse endpoints, people, services, and third-party infrastructure. No longer is there a true perimeter. You also need to account for all the changing compliance requirements and the reality that cyber attacks are getting more sophisticated. Traditional security approaches simply won't work in today's era. Trying to lock down any one element individually is a losing battle. So instead, we've built capabilities to help you secure your workforce's access to all of the apps they need to get work done, and even for the non-business apps not managed by IT. We'll help you secure the applications and the APIs themselves. And we're using artificial intelligence and machine learning to analyze all the data and take automated security decisions set with your policies. And you will continue to see this in years to come, that we will continue to drive organic innovation, partnerships, and even acquisitions to continue to deliver on the promise of a frictionless experience for every user, regardless of device, location of work, or the application they need, while giving the business and IT total choice in these decisions, and in where workloads reside and which cloud provider you use, with holistic security built in to protect your people and your applications. This is what Citrix does. So, to summarize, why Citrix? On the end user side, we're enabling the productivity. We're giving a much better user experience. On the IT business management side, we're giving you a much bigger flexibility. We're bringing down the total cost of ownership and bringing down the time to market. All of this while removing the complexity that exists in today's environment. This is how Citrix will empower your employees. Well, this is it for me. Thank you all. I hope to have given you a better view on how Citrix sees the future workplace. And if you want more information, don't hesitate to contact us or Xylos. Thank you.
Thank you, Michiel and Quinten. And we move on with the story of a relative young company. Valo started 5 years ago with a vision of creating better digital workplace experiences. Now they operate in more than 50 countries, serving more than 2.5 million users. Fall in love with us is their company slogan. Let's connect with Knut Relbemou, that's his name, who will tell us how we all can fall in love with our digital workplace.
My name is Knut. I work as a partner manager and product evangelist for Valo Solutions. We are your digital workplace partner, and together with Xylos, we can help you build your digital workplace that you have in your dreams, so that you also will fall in love with your digital workplace, just as I have fallen in love with my digital workplace. We have multiple different solutions that can help you evolve your digital workplace from where it is today to where it should be in the future together with Valo. But first of all, let's watch a small movie, and then I will get back to you a little bit later to share more details about the different solutions that I want to highlight today.
Valo Solution is your partner. We want to help you to build and fall in love with your digital workplace. We have a multiple solution based on top of SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, and Office 365 that will help you to build the digital workplace of your dreams. We are one of the forerunners in both intranet and digital workplace solution that is based on the Microsoft technology. We have been winning a lot of awards, and we have a huge partner network all around the world, and we are really excited to have Xylos as one of our premium partners and partners inside of Belgium, and we are really excited to help together with Xylos to bring you the digital workplace of your dreams. Our customers are from any country, they are from any size, any kind of vertical, and we will be happy to involve you as well as one of our customers or to help you to improve your digital workplace with one of our solutions. Today I will talk to you about Valo Teamwork, Valo Ideas, Valo Connect, and Valo Entrance, and all those together with Valo Intranet is bringing you the digital workplace of your dreams.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that small introduction to Valo Solutions, but now it's time to dig deep into some of the different solutions that we have for your digital workplace. And first of all, I want to talk about Valo Teamwork. Valo Teamwork is the solution that you should consider if you are looking into helping with governance, lifecycle, provisioning, and navigation of your Microsoft Teams or collaboration sites. So, for instance, let's say that you want to ensure that you have a set of members inside of your teams or a set of owners, or maybe you want to make sure that the naming prefix of your company is followed, then Valo Teamwork can help you with that. Let's say that you have a lot of different sites and you find it a little bit difficult to navigate inside of Microsoft Teams. Then we can help you again with Valo Teamwork, because we have built our own dashboard that helps you to navigate within all of the Microsoft Teams sites or collaboration sites that you have. For instance, you can filter based on categories, based on project leader, or different type of categories of filters that we can specify together with you and your requirements. So let's take a deeper look at what Valo Teamwork can do for your digital workplace, and let's go to the demo.
So Valo Teamwork is your provisioning tool, your governance tool, your lifecycle handling tool, among other things. So, and also this is the navigation, or the dashboard as we also call it, where you can navigate and find all of the teams that you are a part of. So here you can see that you can navigate between groups and sites. You can also lift up collaboration sites or classic sites inside of SharePoint. We can go in here and specify different type of filters. So here you can see all of the different project types or template types that I do have in my environment. This can be, of course, totally configured and totally adjusted to your specific needs. We can also go in here and check what state the different type of teams is having. And one other really important thing that we wanted to highlight is that, for instance, you can go in the look at your group, and we will have a group info panel coming up here on the side. You will see who is part of it, and you can also see if your group is having a different set of links, and both internal links and external links. You'll be able to see that over there. So for instance, here on my team that I have over here, we can see that here we can go to SharePoint, we can go to Files, we can go to Planner and Power BI. So inside of our tool, you can actually specify which of the different type of tools inside of Office 365 that you want to use for your organization. And you can also link into external tools in case you're using that is not inside the Microsoft 365. If I'm the owner of the group here, when I will click the group info panel, I will be able to archive the group, as you can see from this over here. Also very important when it comes to governance and inside of Microsoft Teams is that you can actually have an approval flow, or that you will have a set of templates that you can use when you need to create your new team. And here we take it much longer than what Microsoft, for instance, do. So for instance, if you want to have all the planner tasks that you have inside of your team and use them as part of your new team, we can do that. But for instance, here you see that we have our project template. So I can click this one, I can go next. And here you see that we have a lot of different options. So in the next release that is just coming up in a few days, actually right now, you'll be also able here to apply naming prefixes. You can go in and check that you have enough members and owners of your group. And there's a lot of new governance things is coming here to this dashboard in our next release. Right now, I just wanted to highlight the few things over here. And we also have an admin site in the back end, but this, of course, not everybody will have access to. But let's take a quick look there as well. Because let's say that your organization has already started to use Microsoft Teams before you bought Valo. Then, for instance, with Valo, you can go here to groups, and you will be able to actually apply a set of governance rules anyways. Because you see here, we can find the groups that doesn't have no owners or doesn't have any members, or that doesn't have the Valo metadata attached to it. So you can actually go in and apply a template or a metadata on your existing Microsoft Teams environments afterwards, after they have been provisioned, after you have used them, so that it will also be able to easier filter them inside of our navigation, as you can see here. We also have deep analytics here, so you can actually go in and see as well how many new groups you have in the last 30 days, for instance. You can also go in and see which templates is more active, which has not been used, and you can see some trends inside of the groups as well, when it comes to all groups, new groups, and archive groups, and so on. So here we have a lot of nice analytics that we can work on as well when it comes to creating great policies inside of our organization. Last, right now, I just wanted to highlight the templates. So when I will come in here, I can click the new template. Here we can base that on an existing team already. If that team is having, for instance, planner tasks, we can reuse those when each and every time that we create a new team based on this template.
I'm back. Now it's time to talk about Valo Ideas. Valo Ideas is where you will create all of your ideas, where you can have ideation inside of your organization. So if you need to innovate something, then we can help you to do that inside of your digital workplace. So with Valo Ideas, you can create ideas, you can create campaigns, you can have analytics and statistics over who voted and who created the most ideas, and do all of that kind of things that you need to do inside of your organization when you are working with ideas. Even more importantly is Valo Ideas is living within Microsoft Teams. So we are already using that platform that you are already working with when you're collaborating with your colleagues and taking the full advantage of their collaboration platform on Microsoft within Microsoft Teams. So let's go in and take a look at how Valo Ideas can help you with ideation inside of your organization.
In any business, it's easy for your ideas to be forgotten. Sometimes, almost as soon as they appear. But what if there was a place to share your ideas directly with your colleagues? Introducing Valo Ideas. Valo Ideas is where your thoughts come to life. They can be discussed, accessed, and even promoted within your business. Sally and her team use the platform to showcase new ideas with their colleagues around the globe. These ideas can be supported using the Like feature and give other team members the ability to add their thoughts too, all from within Microsoft Teams. Valo Ideas uses campaigns to keep ideas organized and ensure that they are only seen by the appropriate teams. Using analytics, it's possible to view trends, filter ideas by type, and even check out the top contributors. Valo Ideas delivers an experience that empowers teams across all organizations to ideate and co-innovate towards the dream workplace.
All right, so after that nice video introduction, you probably don't have no more questions about Valo Ideas, but let's take a look at it, how it actually works, not with those mockups, graphics that is really representative for everything, but let's look how things are when it is inside of the real application itself. So now I'm inside of Microsoft Teams, and you can see here that I have a set of menu items. So I have the ideas here. So this is the idea dashboard. This is all the ideas that I have access to, because we can have multiple places where we do ideation inside of my organization, and maybe some of them I don't have access to. Secondly, we can go and look at all of the campaigns. So here we see all the ongoing campaigns, and campaigns here will be a channel inside a team, and again, it's a team that I need to have access to. Then I can go and look into analytics, and again, I can only see analytics of the things that I have access to. And I can also go and look at my draft, which is actually showing all of the different things that I have been working on. So let's take a look at this one that have been created already. So this is a test that have been already created, or I can go and create a new idea over here. But let's go and look at this one. Here you can see that I can have an image. I can go and edit it. And here we can, of course, go and attach it to a team and a campaign. And I can go and modify the status if I have permissions to do so. I can also go and put it who is benefiting from this. So let's say also sales is benefiting from this one. And then we can go and put also the categories. So this is, of course, sales and product development. Here we can add a few references, because sometimes maybe we want to showcase a printer, a coffee machine, or something like this, and those are resources are maybe on an external site, and that's why we want to reference them in here. Here you can see that I have a few options, so I can delete, I can save it, or I can just publish it. So let's publish it now. So now this one is getting published, and you can see here that we have the status on it. All of those are new, but this one is in progress. So here someone went in and changed the status. This, of course, can be configured to your specific needs. Here I can go in and like it. This was a little bit too early, but we can like this one instead. And I can also go in and take a look at this one. So I will open this up. You will see that here we have the description, and I can go and discuss this idea inside of that dedicated team. So now you see that we are redirected directly into that team, where we can actually go and have a conversation around that, as we are used to from within Microsoft Teams. So I will put like a very important comment there, because my keyboard again is not working. Always funny when you should do a presentation and the keyboard stopped to work, but that's what you get sometimes. So at least I have the on-screen keyboard as well. So now you see that we are within here. We are in the Office 365 support team. We had the Valo Idea app over here on the left side, but we can actually go also and drill down and look at the ideas that are there. And here you also saw our bot coming in, because we just created that new one. I can actually click that one first. And now you will see that the one that we just created and tested is also created here. But let's jump back to the ideation card within here. So Valo Ideas can be an app for the full organization, or you can drill it down and put it as a tabbed app as well inside of your team, so that you see only the ones that is created under that team and under that campaign. So here we are already now seeing which campaign it is Technology Watch one over here, and we have the ones that is within here. So let's just quickly jump back and take a few minutes to look at the analytics side of this as well. And you can see here we can also put in some filters when it comes to ideas. So I can see the latest ones, I can see trending ones. or I can see the ones that I have been submitting myself. So there's a nice few set of filters over here that you can do. We can also go in here and just take the O365 support name, and then you see that we can drill down also and see only the different statuses as well. Jumping into analytics, we can go here and see different type of trends. We can see who contributed the most. We can see what is liked the most, and we can see what is viewed the most. The nice thing here is that, for instance, I can also go and take this one. I can go and see here also what categories are more active ones, and I can see also which have the most benefits. And also here it's actually possible to click on the latest version. It's also possible to click here. As you can see right now, we can go in and click, and we can actually go directly to that idea. So we don't even need to leave the analytics side of things to look a little bit more and dig a little bit deeper down here, when we should later on go in and vote for which of the ideas that we should actually implement into our organization. That was it for Valo Ideas. If you want to know more about this, reach out to us again and see how Valo Ideas should be part of your digital workplace of your dreams.
All right, let's talk about one more solution that we have in our sleeve for your digital workplace and how we can help you to make that more enjoyable. Let's talk about Valo Entrance. Valo Entrance is actually the last product that we built last year, so it's the newest kid on the block, so to say. And with Valo Entrance, we can really help you and all the organization that is struggling with external users and how to invite them and how to control them inside of your Microsoft 365 environment. Let's say that you want to invite everybody that works in Xylos to your digital workplace. How would you do that with out-of-the-box Microsoft? You will struggle because you will have to add each and single email into your Azure AD environment. But that's where Valo Entrance comes to the rescue, and we can make that a breeze for you. It will be super duper easy, and you will even get your own self-service sign-up portal, so each and every employee in your organization can just go in and self-register to get access to that external portal that they need to get access to, or to some other artifacts that they want to get access to. So Valo Entrance comes to the rescue, and we can help you with just going in and whitelisting the email, and then suddenly everybody with that same domain can actually go in and log into your digital workplace. Does it sound fun? Does it sound easy? Yes, it's actually both. So let's go in and take a look at how Valo Entrance can help you manage external users a lot easier and spend time with a little bit other things inside of your digital workplace. So let's go to demo.
Close collaboration with other companies is vital for any kind of business. Valo Entrance enables you to easily grant and control access rights for individual users or larger groups of people, allowing you to focus on sharing information with your most important stakeholders safely.
All right, so let's talk about Valo Entrance. So Valo Entrance is that gatekeeper tool that will help you to manage all of your external users. So right now I'm in behind the scenes into our Valo Entrance admin site. So right now, as you can see, I'm creating a business unit or an access unit here. And here, of course, I need to search for a user. So now I will search for, okay, let's just get on that screen keyboard because my keyboard apparently decided not to work anymore. So here we have Kate, and then I'll just click create. So now we are creating an access unit. So inside an access unit, you can have resources that you will have access to, and you can also have groups. So for instance, if you want to put give the members of this access unit access to a group, you can just go here and do so. So let's just try and do that. And we can also go in and look at which domains that is already approved here. So let's say that I want to add in here everybody that has like a Xylos email. I can do that. I'll just go here, add domain instead of adding email. So you can see that I can also add people here one by one, but that's typically too complicated. But of course, sometimes it might be that you only have like one user in the company that you need to invite, but let's assume that you need to add more. So we'll do that. So then we just need to go here and we need just to go in and type Xylos.com. And then that's it. Of course, if I could manage to spell, it would have been better, but now it should be fine. And we'll just click create. So now you see that we have added a new domain, and now allow domains will be here. So here, of course, you will have a big list of all the domains that is allowed to log into here. I can also go here and add another domain. So let's just go here and add one more. So I will just add my own. So just go here and I will add also .com. And yes, soon I will get valosolutions.com. So that's great. Great. So now we see that that new domain is also added. Up here we can go as well, as I mentioned, we can add a group. So here, of course, we can go and search for a group. So here you see I found one. I can select one or I can search. So let's say that I want to give this user access to Valo Cares intra commands, or maybe we want to do it to task for Delta. And I can click create. So now I have added this person to the task for Delta group. As you can see here, you also have the URL coming in. I can also go and add a link. So let's say that I want to give this person access to my Valo leasing site, which is my extranet. So here I will then just go add a new resource. I will click here, and here I'll just call it test for now, since my keyboard is a little bit not working, and I will click create. So now you see that I have this one here as well. Of course, we need to make a more useful name, but that's it. When my users will self-register, because that's the full idea with Valo Entrance, is that we are just whitelisting domains, or we are pre-registering the user that they are allowed to register. So let's say that you are in a company and that you need to invite everybody from another company, and then after some time one person is leaving the company or another one is joining the company, then these people that needs to sign up can use the same self-service registration portal that I will also show you in a few seconds. So right now we have no registered to here, because this is a new one that we have been just being created. And we can see who created it as well. And I can also go in and see who is owner. I can also go in here and add more people as the owner, which will usually always be best practice. So now you see that I have my Xylos Inspire here. Then if you go to my Valo City Extranet portal over here, you will see that this is the URL that you will share with each and every person that needs to log in. And this one can be customized to your specific needs, so you can get it to look how you want. So if I'm already a new user and I haven't registered already, I will go to sign up. If I'm an existing user because I already signed up, I'll just go here to log in. So here I can then go in and just type Knut at Valo Intranet. I have read and understand the privacy, and I'm not a robot. So this is always funny. If I can understand who is the stairs, unless hopefully I managed, and I click sign up. And now if that email has been granted into the backend system, I should get an email that will allow me to log in. All right, so let's look at how that email is looking like. So here is how it is. This can be customized to your specific needs, and this email gives me the invitation that I need to accept to have access to the extranet. And of course, the extranet is built on top of Valo Intranet. You can of course use it without, but again, it will just give you a better user experience to also have the intranet here with all the features that it has. So let's just click here. Okay, let's do that one more time. Let's go here. I will copy the hyperlink, and then I'll go over here where I'm already logged in, and I will paste it. And now just ask me to review the permissions to see which access it got. And now I just need to log in, and now we should get access. And as you can see right now, it shows me my places or my lobby, and it shows me what do I have access to over here, and the links and everything here has been given based on my my access unit that I have access to. Here I will see a little bit more than I just showed you because I have also access to more, since I have access to more than one unit. So here now I can of course go in here and go to Valo Leasing, and you will see that I will also be logged in and going automatically to Valo Leasing over here with all the features that my extranet is having. So that is pretty awesome. Let's go and back to the Valo entrance. So as you can see, this runs within a SharePoint environment. We can easily search for external users, access units. Here, of course, you will see that I have my access units. There's also all access units, so because there might be some that I have not access to. So, but here you can see that I have the Xylos Inspire. So I can go in again, look at this one. And now after a little bit of time, you will see that my registered user will show up here. It's a slight delay on that one, but it will show up there very, very soon. So, and I can of course also go and remove this access unit. I can remove all of the links or the groups that I have been creating here. So in case that I later on will need to make a change, maybe the URL for my extranet is changing, or maybe I need to add a few URLs, I will just do it from within here. It doesn't require anything else. We take care of everything in the backend for you. So just again, with Valo Entrance, we will make it so much easier for your organization to work with external users. And if you want to have a more in-depth demo to talk with us about this, feel free to reach out to Xylos and we will arrange that. So let's go back to the next product.
Last but not least, I want to talk about our last solution that I want to show you today. And the last solution is what will help you to build the digital workplace of your dreams, and that will help you to fall in love with the digital workplace in the same way that I'm in love with my digital workplace. And the solution that I'm talking about is Valo Connect. Maybe you heard about it already, maybe you didn't. If you didn't, then please pay attention right now, because now is the time when you will understand how you can build the digital workplace of your dreams inside of your organization. Valo Connect is a Microsoft Teams application. It will allow you to custom build an application for your organization with the name that you want, with the logo that you want, and it will even more importantly, you can actually choose what type of tabs that you want to have there, or which application that you want to highlight in the different tabs. Valo Connect can also be personalized. It can be targeted to specific users in the organization, or it can be targeted to specific locations in the organization. So let's say that you want to custom build the application and you want to share some news for the people that is working in Norway, where I'm from, and then you will have another set of news for people that is in Belgium. You can do that really simple and really easy with Valo Connect. Even more importantly is if that you bundle Valo Connect with Valo Intranet, you will even be able to lift up all of that information that you have typically stored in your traditional intranet inside of Microsoft Teams, and you can benefit from the best of both worlds. So without saying anything more, let's just jump in and see how Valo Connect will help you to fall in love with your digital.
In a thriving digital workplace, access to your content and multiple apps is vital. These are often stored across different locations, which at times can cause confusion. Imagine a world where all communications, collaboration, and co-innovation happens in one location. Introducing Valo Connect. Valo Connect enables you to focus on the things that really matter. Intranet, pages, business apps, websites, and even custom-built apps designed specifically for your business needs. Whatever it is that you use in your digital workplace, Valo connects them, helping your team to stay informed with everything from internal communications to industry news, helping them to locate and edit files and documents without jumping between multiple sources. Everything is better together, under one roof. It's time to make the connection and bring all your tools together within Microsoft Teams. Build the digital workplace of your dreams.
So let's go and dig deeper into Valo Connect and how that can help you to build the digital workplace solutions inside of your organization. As I mentioned, Valo Connect is bringing together all the different digital workplace solutions that you are using in your organization. Now I'm logged into Microsoft Teams, and we can see that Valo Connect is pinned to the left navigation, and this you can push out and roll out to all of your employees if you want. You can also go here and name it whatever you want. We have called it Valo Connect, and you can also put in your own logo. So this is the landing page of my intranet actually that I'm lifting up here into Valo Connect. So this is my SharePoint intranet based on Valo intranet that is lifting up here within my intranet, and I can get easy access to all the news and the important events and everything that my organization wants to me to see inside of my Teams environment, making it easier to reach all of the employees. But I can also go here and take a look, and this is the same application. We just have another version of the intranet lifted up here. So it's another UI that leveraging the full size of the screen. And we can also see that it's actually possible to bring in that intranet navigation within Valo Connect and inside of your Teams environment. So it makes it really, really easy to navigate as well your intranet within Microsoft Teams. We can also go here and look at news that is just relevant to the sign-in user, and we see also that we have important messages coming up here, making it very easy to again reach those employees that now is sitting and working very fragmented and from home, and you are kind of lacking the way to reach them easily within Microsoft Teams where they're sitting and working all the time. We can go in and also search and find different information in our organization. So for instance, I can go and look at all of my documents, and I can even open them up, and you will see that we are still inside of the Teams environment, and we don't even need to leave the Teams context to stay connected and collaborate on documents together. But it's way easier to go and find them here from within Valo Connect compared to trying to search for them within Microsoft Teams. We can also go and take a look at organization here that is leveraging the people finder and the people directory from within the Valo intranet solution. So again, I can go in and search for my colleagues, and I can go here and I find all the contact details for Gökhan. Let's say that I want to contact him in Teams. I can just click his name, and then we are already now here, and we can start to chat with Gökhan. Going back to the landing page of Valo Connect can actually also lift up other Valo digital workplace solutions, like for instance Valo Ideas and Valo Teamwork, that is also dedicated apps inside of Teams. But if you want to build that one digital workplace solution that includes everything, you can also do that. So for instance, here I will see all of my Teamwork sites. I can go in and use the filtering that I have showed you before, and I can also go in here and order a new site from within the Microsoft Teams environment. And you see here that we have a nice looking UI that lifts up all of the Teams sites that I'm a member of. We can also go and take a look at Valo Ideas and how Valo Ideas could be lifted up inside of the same digital workplace solution. So here you see that now we have the Valo Ideas not as the previous app that I showed you here on the left side, but now it's actually as part of our digital workplace solution, Valo Connect, bringing everything together in one unified application. And also from within here, we can go and create the same new idea as I showed you before, and we can go and look at the draft and the campaign and the analytics within the same UI and the same experience. And this is much easier as well for a lot of organizations to just have that one app that they need to push out compared to pushing out multiple apps inside of your organization. But even more importantly and even more cool is that when we're going over here and looking at our Valo Connect application here in my other environment, you can see that we have that gear icon over here. And that gear icon actually allows me to configure the already built app. So we don't only have that possibility to actually build a custom app within our solution, but we can also go in and modify the already deployed application. So for instance, from here, I can click that gear icon, and now we will get the possibility to go in and configuring the tabs that we have here. The tabs can as well be targeted to specific users based on audience targeting as well, but you can see here that right now I can also go in and change the priority or change the order. I can change the icon that we're having, and I can go and add one more page in here. So let's say that I want to add as well Xylos Inspire here, and I will just need to do it like this. Xylos Inspire, and add it here, and then I can pick an icon, and let's do the reading mode, since this is a learning event, and I will just click add and save. And now we'll see that Xylos Inspire is already here, and we have that website already as part of our digital workplace application. So that's easy, how easy it is to lift up the different kind of sites, pages, solutions that you're using inside of your digital workplace to one application that you can roll out to all of your users or to the specific targeted user if that is what you want to do. But Valo Connect is not only about what you can see here, because as you can see, Valo Connect can also be added as a tab inside of your team's channels. So that means that if you want to scope down your environment into just bringing more information for your users in that one team environment where they're sitting, for instance, we can scope automatically news to just that team, or we can also go in and apply better search capabilities. So we're searching for all information within this team, for instance, or we can go in and put up some monthly inspections of a warehouse that is actually just a standard out-of-the-box SharePoint page that we also is lifting up within our same environment, as you can see here. So again, we are having that one digital workplace solution that is really giving you the capabilities of custom build the digital workplace solution for your specific needs. You can put it as either a tabbed solution, or you can put it as a global solution, or you can do both, making sure that each and every user is getting exactly that information that they want to have, and that you can as well inside of then the tabbed version, you can actually have different tools lift up for the different for the departments, for instance, if you have one team per department. Or you can actually do the same if you'll just use our Valo Connect application here. You can actually build different set of version of this one for different set of users, so that the user get that targeted information that is just relevant for them, so that you again will work more productively, because you don't get all that information that is not relevant to you. So that was the short demo of Valo Connect, and if you have more questions around this, reach out to Xylos, reach out to me, and we will be more than happy to go more in depth on a demo for you guys to showcase how this can really help you to shape the digital workplace of the future, and how you can fall in love with your digital workplace.
I hope that you learn how Valo Solutions can help you fall in love with your digital workplace. I showed you Valo Teamwork, I showed you Valo Ideas, Valo Entrance, and last but not least, I showed you Valo Connect, that is that digital workplace tool that will help you to build your digital workplace for the future. And even more importantly, it will make you fall in love with your digital workplace, just as I'm in love with my digital workplace. Thank you all for joining, and with that being said, I wish everybody a great day and an even better evening when that time will come, and hopefully we will see each other again soon. If you have any questions, anything, feel free to reach out to me, and I will be more than happy to help you to fall in love with your digital workplace even more than you are already. So thank you, I wish everybody a great day, and bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Knut Rebelmoe, for this very interesting contribution. And now, Whiteboard, Teams, Connect apps, everything is possible during an on-site or remote meeting thanks to the Microsoft Surface Hub. Sven Bergmoes from Data Tech Maverick will explain how the Microsoft Surface Hub works.
Hi, and welcome to Xylos Inspire. My name is Sven Bergmoes. I work for Maverick AV Solutions, and I specifically work with Microsoft Surface Hub. And this is the solution that I'm going to show to you today and give you a bit more information around Microsoft Teams for Meetings infrastructure. So first off, let's look at Teams. So Teams is an application you probably have heard of. Teams has been growing in popularity. I still remember when I was when we still could go out and fly to other places in the world. When I went to Las Vegas to Microsoft Inspire, where Microsoft announced that there were 13 million active users with Microsoft Teams. If you look at it today, I think it's about 170 million. So they've grown enormously. And actually, when you look at it, Microsoft Teams is an application that scales to different devices, whether you're on your personal laptop, a smartphone, an Android phone, or a meeting room device like Microsoft Surface Hub. Now, these are just some points around collaboration that improve productivity. And a lot of these points you will see will come back when you look at the meeting room infrastructure that I'm going to show you. So first off, project management keeps things on track. I think this is no secret to everybody, but good planning and the tools to work together and create content that's easy to follow up and that's easy to adapt by several people in the team will help you be more productive. Video conferencing builds relationships. Obviously, if you telephone somebody, you won't have the same interaction, you won't have the same dynamic as you would by calling somebody. Now, I don't want to say that COVID has been a good thing, but if there is something that we have learned during this pandemic, it's that people are willing to adopt video conferencing. And there's no need in investing in a video solution when you don't put on your camera. Imagine you're talking to a wall. It's just not great. But video conferencing helps build relationships with other people when you can see, interact, and know what they're thinking. Now, chat. As you know, Skype for Business had chat. There is a lot of chat applications out there, but Teams has also chat incorporated. And a very good thing about this is that when you look at it, I come from a company where we used to do so much emailing, but now if you want to get something done, you just add it on the chat. There's this little icon on the top right in your Teams chat window that allows you to set up a video meeting very easily. So chat is just another way of communicating and getting things done. Now, this is a key one. Real-time document revision reduces delays, meaning co-creation. If you want to work together with somebody, you just open an Excel file, a Word document, a PowerPoint. It can be any type of application that runs in Microsoft Office 365 Cloud, but it allows you to collaborate and co-create with several people, no matter where you are, no matter at what time of the day. And then a fifth point is actually cloud storage. That allows you to keep things organized. Microsoft Teams is built on SharePoint, and we use OneDrive for our personal documents, but having cloud storage and access to your documents anytime, anywhere, at any moment of the day just allows you to be productive at your own pace. Now, and I was wrong, it's 115 million daily active users, but still, this is a slide that I took 2 weeks back, so who knows, by now it could be 170 million. But still, if you look at it from a meeting room or from a meeting perspective, one that I want to highlight is the 30 billion collaboration minutes in a single day. So it's huge. Think about it. People are working together more actively today than they ever did before. And having the right tools to do so is just one of the pieces of the puzzle that will allow you to be better in what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. Now, looking at the way the work environment has changed, and I'm sure many of you have had the struggles of working from home and getting people activated to work in a new kind of way, the new normal, as people call it. That's such an old catchphrase, the new normal. But still, if you look at it, about 82% of managers said they expect to have more flexible work-home policies post-pandemic. That's just what happens when people start working from home. And one of the things why we see that this will become more of a thing. I was in a meeting last week where it was stated that at least 30% of people will be working from home all times. So this is not so far-fetched. And what's actually a brilliant upside of this is by adopting these new kind of technologies and allowing people to be productive in a different way with other tools, it increases productivity. So if I look at myself, I work more than I did before, but allowing me the flexibility to just go out during the day for a run or a walk, or maybe do some grocery shopping, just helps me put things into perspective and just helps me get the job done by the end of the day. And see, this is there's a little hiccup. So, and this is maybe a downside, but 60% of people feel less connected. It's true, we have very few social interactions anymore, at least in Belgium. But again, video conferencing can help you build that relationship with your colleagues again. So one of the practices, and this is just for your information, this has nothing to do with Surface Hub, but one of the things we've done in our organization is have a 1 hour on-off call every evening where you can just drop in, have a conversation with your colleagues and get out. And if you don't feel like it, you just don't have to do it, but it helps you maintain that connection with the people that you work with. Now, let's get to the tech part and let's get to the interesting part. And actually, let's look at one of the meeting room solutions that Microsoft has developed for collaboration. And just to explain a bit more, you have collaboration and communication. These are actually two basic needs, but collaboration means that you have this kind of device, Microsoft Surface Hub, which allows you to work in teams. Now, let's go over a bit of the specs. So as you can see, it's a 50-inch display, and the more techie guys under you might see that it's not a 19:6 ratio, by 16 ratio that you have on your TV at home, but it's actually the signature 2:3 screen ratio as you have with any Surface device. What actually allows more real estate on your display. Imagine that you're looking at a website which is only this wide. You will have more screen image than you would on a larger display. It's also 4K, so it has 4K plus resolution. It has a built-in camera, so you can even detach the camera very easily. Getting it back is most of the times the trick, and I'm struggling with it. So this is a live demo. So getting it back very easily. There's a pen, there are speakers, microphones, there's even a bass module built into the display, and having those kind of different tweeters and bass modules allows for a very good interpretation of the voice. Now, let's look a bit on how actually Surface Hub challenges the day-to-day tasks, and actually looking from a perspective from teamwork from anywhere, actually allows you to work from anywhere. So this Surface Hub, it only weighs 28 kilos, which is not that much when you come from an AV world where interactive displays tend to weigh a ton more. But still, it's very light. It's always positioned on a mobile trolley, and about 70% of Surface Hubs that are being sold are mounted on a trolley, and that's because you can easily take it with you. You can move it around, you can take it with you. There is even an extra battery pack that you can add to it, that you don't even need a power outlet. You can just pull out the plug and take it with you. For example, when you have a marketing meeting or you want to brainstorm with your sales colleagues on a new action, you just take it with you and you start collaborating. Also, when you look at it, the bezels, it's a very sleek design. It's a very sensitive touch. But we're going to do a live demo, which is always a bit anxious to do. Now, bring remote teams together. This is actually the point. So Microsoft Teams is a collaboration application, but Microsoft Surface Hub allows for just that bit more. Actually, it is a meeting room solution that facilitates the audio-visual part and also takes pieces of Microsoft Office 365 to actually run it from an application base. For those of you that are still using Skype for Business, when I say Teams, know that every device that Microsoft brings onto the market, which is Teams accredited or Teams certified or Teams native, will have a compatibility with Skype for Business. It might not be all versions, but still there should be no issue for you to, if you're in a migration or in a when you're in a migration process. Again, when you look at this, and maybe it's good to show the PowerPoint here if you'd like to. Again, because I'm not going to be able to do a call with 4 people, but now you can see when you have 4 people on display, imagine that they're next to me beside here in the studio. It's actually a real life good feeling about that. All right. Now, fluid team collaboration. Again, as I said, I was way ahead of my presentation, but to me, Microsoft's Surface Hub 2S is the ultimate Office 365 endpoint. It's just a Microsoft device. It runs all Microsoft compliancy, security things. It synchronizes to the cloud. It runs all applications, third-party applications even, if you want to. So it's actually a very great all-in-one solution. So let's get hands-on, because that's actually why we're here today. And let's do a demo. So I am going to close my presentation real quick, because I will need my device in a while. All right. So again, Microsoft Surface Hub. When you look at it, the display has 5, maybe 6 buttons when you count the Microsoft logo way downside, which is also a button that opens your task manager. But there are actually 5 distinctive buttons on the display. And this is actually the interface that everybody will see when they come into the meeting room. And when you look at it, you have a button that says calling, a button that says whiteboarding, and a button that says connect. And those are the 3 basic needs that you have in any meeting space. You want to present content, you want to co-create, you want to have a whiteboard session, or you want to have a brainstorm session, and you want to have a video conversation with people that aren't present in the room. On top, you see the calendar. So Microsoft Surface Hub is linked to a resource within your organization, which means that you can invite the Surface Hub to participate in your meeting, and it will show the calendar of which he's booked. And if it's a Teams or a Skype for Business meeting, you will have this one button join possibility. And then the 5th button, and that's the magic button, is actually where you sign into the device and actually make it a personal device. So to give you a little bit more information on that, Microsoft Surface Hub 2S runs a specific operating system which is called Microsoft Windows Teams. It's the only device in the world that has that operating system, and the architecture of which it's built is to support 100% in a secure and a compliant way group use, but still allowing the possibility to authenticate as a user and open your own applications. So what I'm going to do now is just show you how easy you can get into a video meeting by hitting the join button. And we see that Christophe Maas, who you probably know, is already in the lobby. And if everything goes well, then we see him here at the right corner. So it took me less than 30 seconds to get into a video meeting. That's just how easy it is. Hi, Christophe, how are you? So it's integrated, it has microphones, it has speakers, so there is no hassle, there is no delay in setting up your meeting. And if I want now, and this is very good, and below on the right side, you have this specific icons, these icons that you also see in your Teams application. So if I want to share my content and go like, I pick up my pen and I start writing, and as you can see, it's a very fluid way of working. And I can go like, hello, and it's very easy to do. I'm going to hide Christophe because I'm going to do a demo on the whiteboard, Christophe, is that okay? See you later. So using the whiteboard, and I'm going to stop presenting also. Yeah. So using the whiteboard, as you can see, the Microsoft Pen, it has a button at the side which allows you to select content. If you have an object, you can very easily change color, you can change the size. If you want to brainstorm, you can change the color of your pen. This is my personal favorite, the rainbow pen. I don't know why you would use it in a meeting, but still it's there, it's awesome. And this is a cool feature. If I select the inking, I can enhance it digitally. So it recognizes that I've written something, and it's actually really easy to transform it, which allows for better visibility in the meeting. There's this ruler that you can use if you want to draw lines or you're working on a PDF plan and you want to add onto that. And some of the features that I want to show you is ink to shape. So if you want to have specific shapes, and this is the trick, for a square you need to make all corners fit. But also, for example, if we want to make a table out of this and maybe do a pro or a contra or a plus or a minus, and I can take my hello, which I've written here, and I can just add it into my table very fluently, very easily. It's very intuitive to do. There's really no hassle if you come to think of it. There are also, and this is great, so I talked about project management being one of those tools that will help you be more productive. So one of the features that you have is actually adding templates to your whiteboard. And again, I'm still sharing this with Christophe, as you can see, so he can see everything that I'm doing. He's just not with me in the room. So for example, we talked about project planning. I can add a template which allows me, I'm going to hide my ruler, to do some project planning. I can add objectives, key deliverables. If I want to add something onto the sticky note, I can do so. If I want to open another sticky note and maybe decide that, I don't know, somebody has purple, somebody has green, somebody has something else, I can actually very easily add this and start writing on it. So it's a really, really handy tool. Now, this is using Microsoft Surface Hub ad hoc. So what we've done is actually, we've started a whiteboard, we've started a video conversation, and this could be it. I could say, all right, let's send this to the team via email that needs to do the project. It becomes a PDF, and you can actually, that's where it stops. It becomes more interesting when you look at Microsoft Whiteboard as an application that will allow you to keep on working in this motion, but to do so, we need to authenticate. Now, what does authentication mean? Authentication means that this Microsoft Surface Hub 2S, which is, as I told you before, installed with Windows Teams, which is suitable for group use, which means everybody can do what I've just done without authenticating or giving in his email and his password and all his credentials. But if he wants to, and this is a great feature, we can sign in. Now, I've invited Christophe, myself, and Alex, and me, myself, I'm going to log into the device, and just for your information, this is a device which is managed by Xylos. Xylos manages the device. The account is set up in a separate tenant, and now I am authenticating with my Tech Data account to make this my Surface Hub. Now, authentication on a large device in a meeting room, some people might say, we don't want to do that, we don't want to be typing in our password or anything. Well, if you use the authentication app, and you can see it gives me a code that I need to pair with my smartphone. And this is my device, my personal device. It's linked to my account. And if I just type 36 and I say approve, I use facial recognition or my palm print to verify, it will automatically log me in without having to use the password or the keyboard. So that means you can actually very secure and very easily sign into the device. Now, this might take a while depending on how it's set up, but actually what the device is doing, it's creating a fully new new identity in Microsoft Cloud. So it's turning, just a moment. Still, this hasn't been 30 seconds. I know the time when meetings took about 7 minutes to get started up, including video conferencing, it was a hassle. But as you can see now, this is my personal calendar. So Alex invited me to Inspire in the Cloud. I invited myself. There's a call with my colleague Els, and this morning I had some other things to do. And as you can see, all my recent files have also been synchronized. So again, if I want to log in, it will ask me, do you want to synchronize with your Sven Bergmoes account? I say continue. It's single sign-on, which means that I'm now actually logged into any device, any application which is running on the Surface Hub. And as you can see, it gives me a little error, but still that's no hassle. This is now a document which belongs to me. That means if I go home and I want to work on this tonight, or I want to say, let's give access to somebody else, I can start writing, for example, one of my good colleagues, Yuri. he will show on the screen, and I can say, hey, Yuri, I want to give you access. Now you can work on this whiteboard. He does not know that I just gave him access to this whiteboard, so he will get an email and ask what the hell is going on. But still, it's that easy to add somebody to a collaboration flow. Now, as you can see, I use a Microsoft whiteboard a lot. So one of the key takeaways that I will have for you today is go to the Microsoft Store, download the Microsoft Whiteboard application and start testing it. It works on your iOS device, it works on your laptop, any Windows 10 device actually. And you can share this around with people. It's hosted in Microsoft Cloud. And then again, I'm here at Xylos, and for example, I want to open another, I don't know, meeting or something that I've done. I can actually access any whiteboard here. And again, this is all being shared with Christophe, so there are no secrets that I'm telling. He can actually now see everything that's going on. Now, this is an older whiteboard. I should have taken a more recent one. But for example, this is one of the drawings I did to set up a project. So I have access to any document, anytime, anywhere. So that's how Microsoft Cloud works. Again, and this is what I really like about Microsoft Surface Hub. It's not a online application. So if you go to your portal365.com, so portal.office365.com, you will, for example, go to the Excel, but it will be a browser version of Excel, which will not have all features. If I want to use Excel or PowerPoint or Word on Surface Hub, it's a full application version, which is now downloading all my documents. And as you can see, I can access any file that's on my OneDrive or SharePoint. Now let's get back, and this is a feature that I also really like. Let's go back to the whiteboard that we've just created ad hoc. And if you look at the settings now, there is an extra button that says Post to Teams. So if I now want to do a delegation to one of the teams and say, you guys pick this up or start collaborating, start working, you can do so very easily. Depending on how many teams you should have, I think the guideline is 15. I'm way past that guideline, but it can take some time to load all your teams. But still, there's easy follow-up that you can do and actually post it in any Teams channel that you want. All right, let's try something specifically. So the third need that you have in the meeting space, sorry, they changed the interface a bit, is actually presenting your content. So Microsoft Surface Hub 2S has a specific Windows build, but that also means that you cannot install any application that you might want to install. For example, if you have Photoshop running or you have a specific design application, it might not be possible to install this on Microsoft Surface Hub. But what you can do is connect to the device wirelessly. Now, this device uses Miracast. And Miracast is actually the wireless sharing protocol by Microsoft. So if you go, and this is something that you might want to show my desktop now. So if you use Windows K, you will see Windows K is a shortcut to do a wireless presentation. So you can see that Surface Hub 2S Herentals, which is actually the name that you can see at the bottom left, allows you to present. Now, this is a great feature because and it takes some time, and it might get a bit troublesome because we're also having this HDMI output. But still, what I now have is a super large 50-inch Surface device, personal device, and as you can see, I have access to all my documents, but it's not behaving in the right way due to we have a third display set up here. But what I wanted to show you is a tool, so you can actually take a snapshot of your personal device and actually add it into your whiteboard, and not only from your personal device. So this is a great workaround, for example, if you have specific applications you need to bring into the meeting room. But again, I have access to any kind of document. So if I want to go to my Edge browser, for example, and let's say we're doing an event and we want to go to this is what you get when you're too fast. when you go to Maps, for example, and we're going to use Google Maps, sorry, Microsoft. But for example, if you take Google Maps, you can very easily use the Edge browser to annotate. So now you can see we are here in Ekeren, which is near Antwerp. But also, if I want to take a snapshot of this, I can do so very easily at my snapshot from Google or from my browser next to my snapshot from my personal device. And again, let's say we're doing a project mapping, or we're doing a organization of an event, and we might have an Excel sheet lying around that we could use. Is there one that I can share with you? I don't think so, but let's just take one of the templates just to illustrate how easy this is. So now I'm opening an Excel sheet, and I could have opened an Excel sheet from my SharePoint, but I need to double check which content was on there. And as you can see now, again, we have added Excel, we have added a browser, we've added a personal document. So this is actually, using the presentation tool is actually a great way to add personal applications or specific applications into there. Now I'm going to disconnect, and I'm going to try something specifically. So I'm going to go to my whiteboard, and then let's take some space now. And what I'm doing is actually this is something specific that we see in a lot of companies. But if you go to your meeting rooms right now, you will see probably a flip chart or a whiteboard installed at your wall or sitting there. And this is a digital canvas, so this is a digital whiteboard. But imagine that you want to use your classic flip chart or whiteboard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my smartphone. With my smartphone, I am going to, again, connect to the Surface Hub. So by using Miracast, so I'm going to use Miracast to connect to the Surface Hub with my personal device. So as you can see, no boundaries. I've used my personal device, and I've used my smartphone. And this is just something that I drew 5 minutes ago in one of the meeting rooms. Well, actually 40 minutes ago in one of the meeting rooms. And this is just a flip chart. As you can see, I've drawn this by hand. Now, I take a snapshot of this, and imagine that you are in a real life meeting, and the flip chart is over there. You can just take your picture and present to it. Now, I'm going to capture this, and this might be a great thing to show on the real life feed, but this is an image of a whiteboard, and I'm going to make it a bit bigger so that you can see. And again, think about if you can show the whiteboard of the Surface Hub as a feed, that would be great. So again, we have the magic wand on top. And if I use the magic wand, it will make my picture a digital image. And not only make it a digital image, but I can actually very easily take out content or change the colors of things very easily. So I've taken a picture of a dead still object, and I've made it alive for me to share again. Say hi to Christophe in the meeting, because he can see everything that I'm doing right here. But also, if I want to send this to my colleagues, I can do so. One of the apps, and this is something that I don't use too often, but there is a lot of use case for this, is actually Power BI. And I know Xylos, they know their way around Power BI. So if you don't use it already, they can probably help you set up. So Power BI is actually a really great tool to add different content from specific locations. For example, imagine, and why doesn't he open the content? Oh, let's try again. This is a live demo. This can happen, but again, if you use Power BI, but not everybody in your company probably will have access to Power BI, because it's a specific tool that you need to know how. You can actually, again, and I will show it like this, you can open Power BI at home or in your meeting room where you have your Surface Hub, and again, take specific content from that application, share it with people in a meeting that aren't particularly in your company, and just work together and create content. And that's actually a great way to do collaboration. Let me see if I've forgotten something. Well, probably, because there are 100 million things you can do with a Surface Hub. But let me focus just on one specific one. And that's actually the security and the compliancy. So by being built as it is, Microsoft Surface Hub allows you a ad hoc group use, an ad hoc use of the whiteboard and the onboard applications that are installed on the OPS, so in the built-in PC. You can synchronize and authenticate to the device with a smartphone, with a laptop. You can access your Office 365 documents, open any type of document that you want. And at the end of the session, you can hit end session. An end session, it gives me about 10 or 9 seconds to decide if I really want this, because once it does, and I'm not going to do this, it wipes everything. So you start with a complete blank slate. That means that everything that I've done here, everything that I've shown, every document that I've opened, that I've annotated on, that I've worked on, stays in the cloud. So all my work is being saved, but it will wipe the device back clean for the next one to start. And I'm going to do this real. So Christophe, let's talk soon. I'm going to wipe the device, and you will see that it will delete everything and it will reboot back to the next session. Depending on how intensively and how deep into SharePoint and kind of applications that you've delved, this might take a couple of minutes, but normally you will be more than ready to start your meeting when the next guy comes in. So let's get back, and maybe we can shift back to the PowerPoint presentation, because this concludes my live demo. It's needless to say that, as I said before, Microsoft Surface Hub is the ultimate endpoint for Teams and Office 365 collaboration. So again, as you can see, it has reset it. It still keeps the calendar. So we are ready for the next session. But we have access to SharePoint, to OneDrive. We have access to all our documents in the cloud. We can use a Microsoft Store to even install third-party apps if you want to have a PDF viewer or a specific CAD software that you want to install on it. And we have all the video conferencing tools that we need. We have, again, the camera, the speaker, the microphone, the easy Teams integration with all the tools that you use on your personal devices. I said this before, go to the Microsoft Store, download the whiteboard, just try it. It's a really, really great tool. And again, if you want to test Surface Hubs, I think Xylos, they have a rental program or a proof of concept program. And if you want to test Surface Hub for a couple of weeks, just let them know. So what else? Still some things that I wanna say to you. So Microsoft Surface Hub 2S is, and if you've heard about Surface Hub, you might think about the big chunky meeting room device. And again, that was the first Surface Hub. It was a brilliant solution. But when we look at the Surface Hub 2S right now, it's actually a tool that's far more advanced from a hardware perspective, but also from a software perspective. Now, a really great thing about this, and I can't screw this out because then it will become too complicated, but there is an OPS module inside the display, and an OPS module means that you can switch the PC if you need to. So imagine in maybe 2 to 3 years, Microsoft has a new software update that needs specific processor or RAM dedication. You don't need to throw out your entire investment. You can just change the PC and you're ready for the next wave of collaboration. Also, and this is Microsoft again, they're really good at product promotions. You've probably seen the video where you can tilt the Surface Hub and use it in a portrait mode rather than landscape. These are all features that will be coming in the future. So right now that is not available, but it will come in the future. But having Surface Hub right now allows you to have all features that will come. So there is no need to hold off any investments if you want to make them and start collaborating tomorrow. And again, Surface Hub, it's a brilliant device. This is the 50-inch, which is oriented to smaller meeting spaces, huddle spaces. It can be a front of room display, or it can be a side display. So for example, if you have an existing meeting room infrastructure like a Microsoft Teams room, but you want to add a Surface Hub to it as a whiteboard, you can do so really easily. There's a feature called Coordinated Meeting Join, which actually allows two Teams meeting devices to dial in together to the same meeting. What's actually a real-life scenario is that you come into the meeting, you push, again, the join button, your call starts, but automatically it will dial in your Microsoft whiteboard and show it in the meeting on Surface Hub. So you can do everything that I've just shown you in the live demo in a Teams meeting, but for example, in an aula for 100 people or a meeting room for 25 to 30 people. But if you have a larger meeting room and you don't want to have a meeting room equipment and a Surface Hub as a side companion device, you can also invest in Microsoft Surface Hub 2S 85-inch. It's the same Surface Hub, it's just way huge and actually offers the same features as Microsoft Surface Hub 50-inch. You can even put it on a mobile trolley. It does not weigh 28 kilos, that will be ridiculous, but I think it's about 80, 86, 89, which means that you can still take it with you to do collaboration from anywhere, although I think it will be more of a fixed meeting room type of installation. And then last or third thing with Surface Hub is actually there is a way that you can install Windows 10 Enterprise or Windows 10 Pro on the device. It's not recommended in a way because the Microsoft Windows Teams operating system is so specific and has a specific need in the market around group collaboration. But for example, if you have a personal office or you're a C-level management guy that wants to have a beautiful designed display with a Windows 10 Pro or Enterprise running on it, you can do so. And needless to say that if you have a Windows 10 Pro or Enterprise, you can install whatever application, whatever type of software that you want to install on it. Now, to summarize, and we've gone through a lot, but Surface Hub 2S is part of a Teams meeting room strategy. So there are a lot of solutions and devices in the market, and Xylos, again, they can help you with this. But specific rooms have specific needs. What you need to do is understand the customer's platform. While we see Microsoft Teams as one of the huge or the biggest platforms for collaboration, there might be need for other video software like Zoom, for example. So understanding the platform is key. And there are solutions that have Microsoft certification, that have Teams native ways of working, but allow interoperability with Cisco and Zoom, for example, like the Microsoft Teams room. But also you need to know how the meeting room is set up and how the meeting room will be used depending on the size, depending on the people that are in the meeting room, whether they're more creative or more number-oriented. You might need different screen sizes or different type of displays. So again, understanding the business objectives is key in order to defining the right solution. And again, Microsoft Surface Hub is just one of those solutions which runs Microsoft Teams. And as you've seen, whether we use Teams on our mobile device, on our laptop, on our Surface Hub, or in the meeting room, it has a familiar way of working. It helps people connect better. When you think back to the first slide that I've shown you, it helps include people into the story. You can collaborate with people from anytime, anywhere. The codec that it uses to stream the video and audio is of a high quality, so that means it's very easy to connect, but also you have a very good image, you have very good audio quality. And knowing Microsoft, there's a lot to come from features and specs. It's ready to use, and it's very it's actually a very future-proof solution. So again, different types of collaboration, personal collaboration or group collaboration. Don't think that Microsoft Surface Hub 2S is the only solution. It is the only Microsoft position solution, so it's a Microsoft hardware device. It's the only solution, again, that has Microsoft Windows Teams. I cannot stress that enough, but different spaces, different needs. So you might want to invest in a Microsoft Teams room, you might want to invest in a Windows collaboration display, or you might want to invest in a Surface Hub 2S. Any case, Xylos, they sell all these kinds of hardware solutions, and I know that they are the right partner to help you with this. And that's my presentation for today. And
much, Sven. And we have come to today's final keynote. Jamie Anderson is Professor of Strategic Management at the Antwerp Management School and a guest professor at the renowned French Business School in Seat. I can encourage you to watch his TED Talks, which are really inspiring, but you're lucky because you have the opportunity to watch him live right now. He once said the keys to success and productivity are already in our pocket. You just need someone to show you the lock and encourage you to open the door. I'll just give the floor to Jamie himself to explain this quote.
Imagine if I asked you to give up just 30 minutes of your day in return for a magic pill. Now, this magic pill would help you to reduce your anxiety and stress, to improve your mood and motivation, but not only that, it would increase your ability to learn and to activate the best cognitive performance of your brain. It would help you to become more creative and more innovative. Now, not only that, this pill would be free and it would have no negative side effects. Now, taking all that into account, would you take me up on this offer? Now, the thing is that this pill is not a drug at all, because all the benefits that I've just been describing to you can come by doing aerobic exercise. Stuff like jogging and swimming and, of course, cycling. However, when most of us think about aerobic exercise, what we tend to focus on are benefits like weight loss and having a healthy heart. We want to look slim for the beach. However, for knowledge workers like you and I, perhaps the biggest benefits of exercise actually occur in the brain. And that's what I want to explain to you today. Now, the stuff that I'm going to be sharing with you actually is based upon decades of research. Because what we need to do is we need to go back in history and to understand that the brains that we have today actually evolved millennia ago. And of course, millennia ago, human beings, we weren't working in offices and on computers. We were hunter-gatherers. And in fact, we were a special kind of creature because we engaged in what was called persistence hunting. Now, what is persistence hunting? It's very special because we're not as fast or as agile as something like a gazelle. So you imagine we would be out there in the savannah hunting with our buddies. We'd be chasing after that gazelle. But the gazelle can run much faster than us, so we lose sight of it. It disappears. So what do we have to do now? We have to stop and think. We have to use not just our physical endurance ability, we have to use our brain power. So what actually happens here is chemical. When we stop to think about where has that gazelle gone, we have to think about our past experiences. Which way did the gazelle go in the past? We might have to think about creative options to corner the gazelle, and of course we have to do that while communicating with others. Now, not only that, we might also have to be being aware that while chasing after that gazelle, something might be chasing after us. A lion, a tiger that wants to eat us. So what happens actually is that this all comes together, and this is what the neuroscientists have started to understand, that when we actually move, we engage in cognition, and we actually empower our brain to become more creative. Now, what does that mean in a chemical sense? It's very special, because what the neuroscience research has revealed is that when we move, and particularly when we're in this aerobic exercise mode, our body releases some very important chemicals. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole mix, the whole cocktail of chemicals that are released, but there's two very important ones. You see, because when we engage in aerobic exercise, our body starts to release a chemical called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. And what does BDNF do? It encourages the health and the growth and the differentiation of neurons and synapses. It even grows new brain cells. Now, when we do aerobic exercise, the research has shown that the BDNF in our blood can increase by more than 30%. And as knowledge workers, that's a big wow. But not only do we get BDNF, we also get a chemical called dopamine. which many of you are familiar with as a reward chemical. But when that dopamine gets released, bow. Because what happens then is it not only boosts our cognition, because it's a neurotransmitter, it transports those little signals across the synapses in the brain. By having more of that, more of those signals can be communicated. But not only that, dopamine boosts our drive, it boosts our motivation, and it's also associated with higher levels of happiness. So these are kind of wonder chemicals, if you like, for knowledge workers like us. And the more we can stimulate the release of those magical chemicals in our brain, the more successful we can be in our careers. Okay, so I think you kind of get it, all right? So what I'm arguing with you here is that for knowledge workers, for us to perform at our cognitive best, exercise is not some kind of luxury, it's actually a necessity. But what I can also hear, I guess, what you're thinking about is, oh yeah, Jamie, this kind of all makes sense. Yeah, we get you, mate. But you've got a question for me. And of course, I get this question when I travel around the world and I speak at workshops and conferences and stuff like that. And what do people tell me? I don't have the time to exercise. And look, I get it because look, I'm a busy guy too. And just like you, I'm juggling 3 balls constantly. And what are the 3 balls that we're juggling? We're juggling that one ball, which is our career. Because we want to be successful. We want to invest in our professional lives. But also we're juggling this second ball, which is like the relationships. You know, we're parents, we're husbands, we're wives, you know, we have families. We've got to juggle that as well. And then the third ball we're juggling, of course, is our passions, our hobbies, and our interests. And for many of us, of course, that is sport. But of course, when we're juggling these 3 balls, which is the ball that we usually drop first? Well, it's often the third one. It's ourselves, and it's our exercise. So what I'd like to actually do with you now, what I'd like you to do is answer this magical question, all right? How do you make the time to exercise? And what I'd like to do in just the next 15 minutes or so is I'm going to share with you, I'm going to give to you the keys to open that lock, to be able to juggle those 3 balls. And in doing so, to thrive not just in your professional life, but also to be healthier and happier too. So, what's the answer to this question? Are you ready for it? You should all be shivering with enthusiasm and excitement right now. So the answer is this: exercise while you work. Now, we're talking about aerobic exercise here. And of course, as I said, the best kind of aerobic exercise is stuff like cycling and swimming and jogging, maybe even rowing. But I'm going to be focusing specifically on a particular kind of exercise, and that is cycling. Now, why is that? Some of the stuff I'm going to explain, you can do jogging, you can even do rowing, but don't try this stuff while you're swimming because you'll probably drown, all right? That's a very important point. Don't want anyone to die during work kind of life balance stuff. All right, so why don't we jump into it? Because what I want to do, I'm actually going to explain this to you, not while standing here. I'm actually going to explain this to you while riding my bike. And of course, while riding my bike, what am I going to do? I'm actually going to record that ride because I know many of you are on Strava. And just to prove to you I'm not taking it too easy, I'm going to record the ride on Strava so you can see my heart rate and my data and all that stuff. All right. So what's the first thing that we need to understand, folks? The first thing to understand is that we have different modes of working. Now, some of those modes we do very much on our own. These are what we might call task-based working. And that can range from very easy stuff, like scanning our emails, reading a report, for me, editing a PowerPoint presentation that's almost finished, right through to more what Cal Newport calls deep work, really focused work where we're thinking deeply about a complex problem. Now, there's another kind of work that we're going to be talking about. And that kind of work, for knowledge workers, is super important. That's called learning. Because learning is about improving our skills, our capabilities, by studying stuff. And we can do that by reading, we can do it by watching a TED Talk, we can do it by attending a course, an online course, and of course, a lot of these things I've already been talking about, we can do simultaneously while we're exercising. Now, of course, there's other tasks which we're not doing alone, we're doing with others. So here we talk about collaboration. Now again, that can be really easy stuff. Like last week, I attended 3 webinars. And all of those webinars I attended on my bicycle. Because in those webinars, I was relatively passive. I wasn't leading, I wasn't presenting, I was there as a participant and a contributor. So I was pedaling away while being in that session. Now, of course, there's another kind of work that we're doing. Just to check in with you, my heart rate's now about 119, so I'm doing okay, not short of breath. Okay, there's another kind of socializing. And what is that about? It's actually a work task. Because as knowledge workers, a big part of what we do is getting things done with and through other people. So what that means is we need to communicate, we need to connect with people, not just in a task-focused way, but also in a more relaxed way. Right? Now again, that can be easy stuff. You know, a couple of days ago, I was speaking to my colleague Ramandeep in India, just catching up for a chit-chat. But other times, 2 days ago, I spoke to my colleague Karen, who lives in France, and we were talking about a new case study that we were working on, but catching up on family stuff as well, but a bit more cerebral. So what I hope you start to understand, folks, as I've been talking you through these work modes, is that actually work is not work is not work. There's a spectrum in terms of easy stuff and more applied, more cognitive stuff. So not only do we need to understand that there's this bunch of different work modes, we also need to understand that there are different degrees to which we need to activate our brains. I better slow down, heart rate 120, that's okay, it's good. So when we talk about activating the brain, there's been some wonderful research done by a guy called James Hewitt at Loughborough University in the UK. And what James has written about is the fact that when we're working, we need to apply our cognition in different ways. There's very basic stuff, what we call low gear work. Now, I talked about scanning through my emails, but also we actually need downtime, relaxation, doing nothing. Now, why is that? Because we need to unclog our brain from all that busyness to relax. And when we do that, it enables, it opens up capacity in our brain to do what is called joining the dots. Right? That's low gear. Then we have a middle gear. Now, what's a middle gear? Middle gear is kind of more actively engaged. We're not just reading the emails, we might be responding to them. We might be, for me, grading papers. Okay, I'm reading through the papers, but it's not pushing my cognitive abilities to the limit. I do that while I'm online, okay? Now, the other thing here is that these tasks are often done in what we call switching mode, jumping from one little task to another, all right? That's that middle gear mode. Now, of course, in some situations, we really need to think deeply. Right? Now, why is that? Because we're dealing with really complex problems and issues. So when you're in that real high gear mode, you're drawing on all of your cognitive abilities, your knowledge, your experience, your education. And often you're not doing that alone, you can often be doing that with other people. That's really high gear stuff. All right, so I hope you're starting to understand it now, folks, because what I'm starting to get at is that work is not work is not work. And what I'm getting to is this. What we need to be able to do is essentially engage in what I've come to call in my research, matching. So you see what I'm doing here, folks? I'm just cruising along, 140 watts power, heart rate of 120, and I'm giving a keynote speech at the same time. You see, it's possible. Because keynote speaking is what I do for a living. It comes naturally to me. And by the way, I've rehearsed this talk quite a lot before getting on my bike. So for me, in a way, you could say I'm not in my highest cognitive gear. I'm kind of in middle gear. I'm cruising. I'm okay. And you can see how I'm doing that while exercising at the same time. Right? So the thing about this is important because a lot of the tasks you do individually or in terms of learning, you can do like I'm doing now. And in fact, I do up to 6 to 8 hours of work a week on my bike. But not just the individual stuff, also the collective stuff. So what does the research tell us? It's very interesting. I've mentioned to you a couple of times my heart rate. Now, why is that? Because actually, when we're doing the individual stuff, we can be up to 80% of our maximal heart rate and still learn from watching a TED talk or reading a report. I'll explain a bit more about this in a moment. However, in my research, what I start to appreciate is that when we get into that more collaborative or social mode, we're actually a bit more limited and more effective there, up to a heart rate of about 60%. Now, you're probably asking yourself, what's this got to do? Why is heart rate important when it comes to matching your work tasks and the use of your brain? Well, here is something to explain that. Right, now, what I want you to do for a moment is just have a look at this slide. This is a classic description of heart rate zones. Now, how do you calculate your heart rate zone? For most of us, what we do is we subtract our age from the number 220. So for me, that would be a heart rate of somewhere around 170, all right? Now, that would be a maximal estimate. However, I'm a trained athlete. So in reality, I've tested my maximal heart rate, and that's actually around 180. So get to know your maximal heart rate. And then what you start to understand is for many of those work modes that I've described to you, particularly those work modes which require cognitive gear 1 and 2, you can do those work modes right up to the mid-range of your aerobic zone. So up to 70, 75% of your heart rate. And you can still be productive, you can still learn, you can still develop, you can still work, right? But there's a problem when it becomes social. Let me just see if I can demonstrate to you. Okay, so I'm getting my heart rate up now, I'm working harder. Now you're gonna see what starts to happen. I start to breathe heavier. All right, it's becoming more difficult for me to communicate with you. Now that becomes a problem because I have to give a keynote speech. So I have to slow down. And it's the same in the world of virtual working. If you're in a webinar, an MS Teams or Zoom session, you don't want to be the person who's like heavy breathing all over everybody. It might freak them out. If you're like engaging with a customer and you've never met that customer before and you don't have the video on, they're going to think it's a bit weird, you heavy breathing over the telephone, over the call. So don't do that, all right? So what's my advice there? You go up to 60% of your zone. Because look at that, I dropped my heart rate back now, getting under 120. And as you can see, I'm still exercising, but I'm absolutely okay to communicate with you again. I'm not breathing or slobbering, stuff's not flying out. Okay, so very important to understand that what you're doing is matching these zones. And as I said, for me, 6 to 8 hours of work each week on my bicycle. That's a little bit more than half an hour a day that I asked you to exchange for the magic pill, but it's completely possible. Now, one more little thing is this. What we also need to understand is that in terms of that cognitive gear stuff, it's absolutely cool to be doing the zone 1 and 2 stuff, the low gear, the middle gear stuff, during the exercise, like I'm doing now. However, when you really want to get into that high gear stuff, so for me, that's writing an academic paper. The best time to do that actually is in the hour to hour and a half after your aerobic exercise. Now, why is that? Because after that aerobic exercise, 20 to 40 minutes, the BDNF and the dopamine is released. So for those of you who are running innovation workshops, design thinking methodology workshops, the best thing you can do with your teams is get them on a bike, take them for a jog before you run that workshop. Because what you want from them is that high cognitive gear work. However, and I'm just going to flip back here because there's also a risk. You don't want to go right up into that high zone. You see, it's called the threshold zone. Because what happens there, now you think about that evolutionary psychology stuff. When, back in evolutionary history, would we be running to our max heart rate? It's like something's going to kill us, dude. We're in trouble. We're going to die. So actually what happens then is not so good because your body releases adrenaline and cortisol. You burn up your glycogen stores. And that actually has a detrimental effect on cognition. So after you do that really hard exercise, your brain's going to feel like mush afterwards, all right? So please, if you're running that innovation workshop, don't beat up your people with really hard exercise before the session. Just do the easy stuff. Hope that's understood. All right, so we're thinking here very much about this combination and how do we make it work? Some very practical advice. The first thing is this. You need to plan for it. All of us plan our work schedule every week. We have a diary, we have a calendar. And what do most of us do? We try to put our exercise in at 6 a.m. in the morning or in the evening after the kids are gone to bed. That's crazy. We should be scheduling it during a weekday, during the day, because that's when we do our office work. And we can do the same here. But you need to plan for it, and you need to combine, as I said, the work mode and the cognitive gear you need for that mode with the exercise that you are doing. Now, the other important aspect here relates to the practical stuff. So what do you see here, folks? What have I got? Got my bike. I've got my trainer. I've got my tablet computer, and it's on a computer mount on my handlebars. Now, I can work away. I can look at stuff. I can watch stuff. I can talk to people. You need a little bit of investment. The other thing, of course, here is that you need a beautiful place to work out. Okay, now I know some people are suffering like hell. Why? Because their partner makes them put the indoor trainer in the garage, in the basement. It's depressing, all right? So I explained to my wife, my kids, it's very important that I have to have my indoor trainer in the middle of the living room. Okay? Why? Not because I'm just a cycling nut, no. Because this bike is going to help me advance in my career. And if you people want that nice summer holiday, you want dad to pay for it, I've got to work hard, okay? So you've got to explain to people this stuff, all right? It's just not all fun and games. You're being productive, so they've got to make some allowances. Now, the other thing you'll see there, I put a few jerseys around me, a few motivational things, because that's about inspiring myself to ride. Now, of course, what you do need is ventilation. You see, I'm starting to sweat a bit now. Not because I'm working real hard, heart rate 120. It's because we're in a really hot studio here, and I'm not allowed to turn on my fan because it'll mess up the audio. But you need some ventilation, and of course, what you also need is a drink. You need to make sure the bottle is open when you take that drink. Okay, all right, so very important on the practical stuff, okay? Set up your workspace, because what it is a workspace. You invest in a nice desk, an office chair, computer. You also need to invest a little bit in this. And hopefully you can recharge that to your boss as a business expense, as I have done. Okay, next tip. All right, what are we talking about here? All right, number one is you're a successful professional. And why have you been successful as a knowledge worker? Because you plan things. And it's no difference with this stuff. You need to plan it into your weekly schedule. What you also have to be able to do is communicate to people. Now, as I said, it's not just about communicating to your partner, your kids. It's much more than that. You've got to explain it to your boss, to your colleagues, and even in my case, my customers, because I do customer calls on my bike. Now, that also depends on something. It's about you and your ability to deliver results. Because listen, if you're cycling 6-8 hours a week and you're not delivering your results, you're not doing your job, people aren't going to be cool with that, all right? So be good at what you do. Deliver results. And when you deliver results, in my experience, you get much more autonomy and freedom to work in the way that you want to work. Now, there's also something very special here, which is this. You probably suspect that I'm not normal, all right? I'm not normal, okay? I know I'm not normal. Why? Because I do this stuff. And a lot of people think that's really weird. A lot of people say, what are you doing? That's not allowed. Exactly. A big theme of today, inspiring you in the cloud, is new ways of working. And all I'm showing you, folks, is a new way of working that is 100% backed up by the academic research that it enables us to be productive, to be creative, and to innovate. Now, the last thing is this, is if you love it, if you get good at it, set yourself some goals. This jersey that I'm wearing, this is a European Masters Champions jersey. Those medals you see on the screen, I won UCI World Series cycling events. Now, how did I do that? I did that by thinking creatively about how I juggle those three balls of my work, my family and my relationships, and the passion I have for my sport. So if that inspires you, then absolutely connect with me. Check out this ride on Strava, it will be there. I have a YouTube channel called This Cycling Life, where I talk about all these work-life balance topics. And of course, I'm also on LinkedIn, where I share my research and the latest advances in this field. So my last message to you is this: just do it. Thank you very much.
That's a fit.
It doesn't stop.
Well, thank you, Jamie, for this very practical and interesting contribution and final keynote speech. And with this, we have come to the end of the Inspire in the Cloud event. But you don't need to worry. On the website, xylosinspireinthecloud.com, there are plenty of other inspiring keynotes that you can watch. If you would like to do some networking, you can do so in our Phygital networking space. Just follow the link here below. It takes a little bit of time to log on, but it's definitely worthwhile to take a look at the virtual networking space. Well, thank you very much for watching, and of course, see you next year.